I'm so hyped. Gonna need milk, man. I can't remember what life was like for women in gaming before them. They've just gone above and beyond. I can't get over the amount of new girls that are in this. So if you're participating in tonight's scrims, congratulations. You're another part of history and just making another great place for women to communicate, connect, and just have a good time.
I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
Live.
Hello, friends. Welcome to the Milk Cup Academy. This is Scrim 2. I am your host, Miss Ash. I go by she, her pronouns. I am a Twitch partner, Twitch ambassador, and I am hosting this academy today for the first time. I'm so excited to have you all here. If you don't know what the Milk Cup Academy is, this is a new program that is related to the Milk Cup. So we offer open calls for the Milk Cup, and we welcome new competitors, of course. And this is a safe space for all women Fortnite gamers to come in and practice good old Fortnite. So you will see new players, you will see conditioned players. It's going to be such a good time. So thank you so much for joining us today. I also have an amazing talent team with me. I have my casters, Pow and Cute Noob. Let's bring them in.
Hey.
Hi.
We're
Ladies,
back.
how are you?
Hello.
How are you both doing? Are you excited for the games today?
I'm so excited. Esports Sundays, Championship Sundays is a thing, and I'm very excited to see the Milk Cup Academy make this debut introduction with such colorful talent. I'm so proud and happy for that, and I get to see my other co-caster, Cute Noob, back at it again. I'm back at it.
You ladies work so well together, and we have had the chance to actually chat for a couple hours before the cast. So we have been sharing our nails. We both have, or all three of us have cute nails right now.
Really pop.
We were talking about makeup, Fortnite gaming, talking about the meta currently. So I am so happy to have you both along here and to watch you both cast all 5 games that we have today. So we should get into the format of the tournament because we have some fun stuff ahead of us. So with the format of this tournament, everyone, we have duos today. And the cool thing about this is that this is going to be builds games. We have 5 drops and we have a $2,000 prize pool. So these duos are scrimming for this prize pool. And again, this is a scrim. So we are just here to highlight all the practice that these ladies are getting. So let's get more into what we have to offer for this tournament today. And then we'll throw it to our casters to go over more of the format.
I think Cutie, we were talking earlier about just what's included in this Milk Cup Academy. You get the expert coaching from the top gaming professionals. You get the competitive training. You also just get this safe environment, like Ash mentioned earlier. But I think, you get this camaraderie of just great people coming together to get this professional setting for the very first time. We also have some seasoned players coming in. So for them, they very much know who some of these players are. So to get everyone kind of mixed in for the very first time, it's a great way to bring this academy into fruition, Cutie.
Yeah, it's super important to practice and get experience. And I think, like you mentioned, a little bit of the seasoned players coming in and being able to provide that showcasing of what it's like to be at the top and what it takes to be at that top, right? You get to practice against these really, really good players and take that home and see this is where I need to work on, or this is what I could have done differently. And this is just, like Ash mentioned as well, a safe space to be able to work on those skills, because everything that you have to do in order to be the best requires time, patience, and practice above all. So this is exactly what this is.
Absolutely. And just watching these ladies battle it out, I wish I could be as good as them. Don't you wish? They are
This is
so
why we're here,
good.
that you can join the academy. I mean, we can get your esports, career started if you want, or just have fun,
You know, I just want to have fun. I don't think I want to get that sweaty, you know? I don't think I want to. As much as I love Fortnite, I've been playing Fortnite since, oh gosh, beta, right? Years ago. And I don't improve. But my fun is always at an all-time high. So, and just talking more about the Milk Cup, this is the largest prize pool for women's esports in the US. And I love what they're doing. I love that Peach Cobbler, took it over and really made this something amazing. And of course, shout out to Radiant for always bringing these events together with the best organization, the best production team. Shout out to production. I'm just so happy to be here because there's going to be some good games we're watching today. And it may inspire me to go into Academy 1 year, maybe just for fun, just to see how it is. But yeah, overall, this format is going to be fun. I love watching duos because I feel like you really have to strategize with your duo other than trios. So what really excites you both about this duo format in particular?
Yeah, so I think the building aspect in general, right? Building is as old as time. This is prime Fortnite. Building has been the leading, and if not, like the OG sense of it. And it's the difficulty of building up. It's the difficulty of like making sure that you're covering your partner. And it's also about the relationship between two people. It's like you either vibe with each other or you don't. And this is a perfect time to find that partner that you can both visualize success with. Because sometimes, you got to test and trial new players and new teammates. And I think this is a perfect example of what it is to play with someone and see if that works out for you. And we're going to throw over and check out some captains. I think that's what we got going on here.
So we're going to move actually into our scoring. I know you're so excited. You already want to get into our teams. But I feel like this is going to be really interesting here because I know we had talked earlier about the elimination point system earlier. Ash, you had mentioned, but the point system is something to keep in. I'm not a math girl, but luckily you can keep up with the scoring together. We're all going to be scoring up all these points, and it's all obviously the elimination points, victory royales with 65 points, putting you straight. So for me, I always like to see like what that first game is going to look like. Kind of setting the tone for the rest of the matchups. But yeah, I'm actually really excited to see who kind of brings, sometimes it's like, little testing the water. Sometimes it's full blown. Let's go and try to get this first victory royale.
Yeah, I think you said it pretty perfectly, which is, am I going more for the eliminations or am I going more for the placement?
Exactly.
And it's a strategy in itself, right? Yeah, some teams like to start off slow. All they really worry about is what placement am I going to end up in? And other teams, they're full on, we're hot dropping. We're going exactly just for those eliminations, for the loot, and then who cares where we land in the placing pool as well.
Right, and especially with like the changes that we had in Fortnite, the adaptability that these players are so used to having. I mean, we just had a massive update 2 weeks ago, and this is really going to kind of set the tone to see how they're going to use these variables to their advantage. We have so many things to look forward to, so many things to talk about here in the super update. My brain is like about to explode, and if you hear me yapping a lot, yes, it's my profession, but it's also just there's a lot, and I'm sure the players are feeling that too. So it's going to be really exciting to see where they drop. It's going to be exciting to see how, if they're going to hold their placement down to keep the peace in that area for their points. So there's a lot to look into. I'm really excited to see how their style is going to be. We got finally the drop map that we're going to be offering for you guys. And I know Cutie Noob, we've talked about some hot spots in this new map. Is there any spot you feel is like going to be that point of contention?
I mean, just based on what we have here, Lovely Lane with 3 different squads already dropping in there. That's gonna be a spicy one. I'm looking at observers and be like, I want to go there. Let me see what happens there. But I am really surprised that we don't see anyone going to Foxy Floodgates to challenge Directed Mistake and Lulu Ash, because that's a really, really hot drop. Good for loot, good for gearing up, good for rotation too. So I'm really surprised that I'm not seeing too many teams going after that spot and allowing for such high contenders, because Direct Mistake and Lulu Ash are seasoned. We were talking about there's some seasoned players here. These are seasoned players. So you're letting a seasoned player go to a very hot spot. The next one I'm looking over to is First Order Base. CC Nugget and Velexen. Also, excuse me if I'm saying your name wrong, but we're trying here. We're trying our best. So that's another hot spot that I'm looking at, and that's kind of not contested either. So I'm wondering and looking to see what the game plan for all of these other players are that are not looking to these prime POIs to go to.
Yeah, I got my eyes here on the Demon's Domain. I feel like this, and you know, we only have the Gazy Nicole and Lux Lori there, but that's, you know, who's to say that the Abby Dior Leslie, you know, they're gonna have that high ground. They're gonna be able to see if in fact they're contesting that boss, getting the loot rewards. Now, obviously, if you get that Mythic Spire rifle that has that incredibly high precision, and then you get the medallion. I mean, these are stackable things in this season that I think could really determine if in fact you are going to separate yourself right away in this point system. So I'm really curious to see if these drops are going to be something that they take to their advantage or they wing it, because we're just having fun here, but it might get a little spicy, but it's a little bit of balance today. But it's going to be a lot of fun.
It is going to be a lot of fun. Usually when I play in these tournaments, I like to land on the outer side of the map because I don't want to see anybody for a while. I want to mind my business, get enough loot, and then prepare myself.
Fair.
So usually when I play in these tournaments, yeah, they just like to ease it out, get their loot, and then once that zone gets smaller and smaller, that's when chaos breaks out. So it's always such a good time to watch it kind of come together. And then, you know, you think about, okay, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. No, they did the complete opposite of what we thought. So that is the magic of these games. But first, ladies, I got to say, I have my milk. I have my chocolate milk ready.
Wait, what did you get? What did you do?
I did chocolate milk in my cute little heart mug. So I just wanted to talk about how milk is so important. So let's talk a little bit about Ganani Milk. So they're dedicated to informing consumers about dairy milk's performance benefits. Ladies, please, don't we know that milk gives you vitamin D, vitamin B12, zinc, calcium, and protein? These all help you perform better. These help your brain perform better, and you get to perform better in your games. So I am definitely a milk drinker. I like chocolate milk. I like strawberry milk. Tell me what your favorites are, ladies.
I was gonna go with chocolate, but for some reason, because it felt like summer, I was like, let me do a strawberry protein little shake. So I was like, we're gonna be casting for a while. I need my vitamins. I need my, you know, you just talked about like the good juicy brain, you know, food that we need, and I just feels it's nice and cold, so it's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, and lactose-free milk is also an option for you all. That still gives the same benefits. Just want to let you know. And also, Pal, you can touch on that a little bit more too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love cheese, so yes, cheese is my thing. I have a snack. I have a string cheese right here just in case I need. But yeah, I switch between lactose and whole milk. It just depends.
Yeah.
So yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Cute Noob, tell us what's your favorite and what you have in that glass.
I just wanted to point out that I put ice in my milk.
Oh yes,
I don't know if anyone
milk.
else in the chat puts ice in their milk, but if you have not tried it and you want to make sure that you continue to drink your cold milk throughout your gaming sessions, because gaming sessions go long. I know none of you guys are sitting there only gaming for 1 hour. You be gaming for like 7, 8, 9, 12 hours. So you got to keep that milk cold, put some ice in there. And I went with chocolate milk because it made sense today.
It made sense, right?
There's a lot of color. I like this.
Right? Yeah, and strawberries, that's my favorite fruit. So I gotta get some strawberry milk here. I gotta do that.
It's like really nice. Like I need to do this more often. It's because like I love my chocolate milk. That's like sometimes that's like my pre-workout, you know, like drink that I like to, you know, on the way to the gym. And then I usually sometimes I'll get like after the gym post, and I'm like, okay, maybe I should need to switch it up to strawberry because this is fire. It's so good.
The barista in me right now, I gotta say, you could do chocolate milk with a little strawberry foam. Just
Okay,
saying.
that's
Best of both worlds.
You're going crazy because now I'm thinking I should have added a banana, and I'm like, why didn't I put some other fruit in there? Okay. Ideas
Chocolate and
are popping
banana
up.
go well. Strawberry and chocolate.
banana.
All three. Why not? If your tummy can handle it.
It's good fiber though.
You're right. You're not wrong.
It's
And
a
the
lot of
cool
good
thing
stuff.
Yeah, the cool thing about milk, it doesn't leave you jittery. You don't have a caffeine crash. It just gives you the energy that you need to get through that day. And you gotta have your B vitamins, especially for us gamers that stay inside. The B12 is important, vitamin D, zinc, all of that. You know, especially I'm a person that takes my vitamins every day. I'm like, I could just have a glass of milk today. I don't need to take all those vitamins. But yeah, chocolate milk is the go-to. I don't like plain milk. I can do it for cereal and smoothies. But
Have you
that's about it. I
ever
gotta have some flavor.
done? Have you guys ever done chocolate milk in cereal? Someone just recently
No.
turned me on to that, and it's kind of incredible. I'm just saying. Just you. What? Yeah.
I can't. Mm-mm.
I know. That's
thank
what
you.
I thought. Hear me out. You got. Don't knock it till you try it.
Okay.
I thought it was gonna be weird, but it was actually amazing. And there's so, because you think about, like, I was like, okay, so which cereal? So I was like, oh, I'm gonna get like a peanut butter based one, and then there you go with the chocolate milk. Anyways, we can talk about milk concoctions forever. I'm sure the chat has tons of milk concoctions. I don't know, chat. Let us know which one is your favorite milk. Is it the strawberry? Is it the plain? Is it maybe they have something that we have not mentioned? I would like to know.
Yes.
I will write them down in my
Yes.
recipe.
Please give us all the deets. Give us all the tea because we need it. Okay. I'm always willing to try something new. I always find myself scrolling through social media like, ooh, I can try that recipe. I could try that. And it just excites me because there's so many things you can do. And I just love staying in the kitchen and making something new for me and my mom to try. And she's like, wait, how did you come up with that? I'm like, Instagram Reels.
Ooh.
I love Instagram. I doom scroll in a good way. So I'm always looking for something positive and something fun to try. So friends, we just got the go ahead. We are ready for game one. So we're going to throw it to our casters and enjoy game one, friends.
Oh my goodness. Bye, Ash. We're gonna miss you,
Thank
but
you,
drink
Ash.
tons of milk.
Oh my god, now I'm like, wait, peanut butter milk? I gotta write this down. I gotta get my chocolate milk game back up. Like, anyways, but maybe like the chat will have a full-blown recipe for us by the time our first game is down. But cute noob, we're about to get our first game started. I'm so excited because this is, my first look at a competitive with this new super season. The teams are about to drop. The battle bus is going. The teams are going in. It is time. The official battle bus. It is gone off the map. The teams are flying in. Cute noob. I mean, this is gonna be, to set the tone for the first time here in our Milk Academy. I mean, what do you think? Do you think they're gonna go a little spicy, or are you gonna just test the waters?
The Latina in me is always like, give me spice, give me season, give me everything. But of course, the first game out of 5, you want to test the water. You want to see the loot that's available. We see a lot of map. Or obviously we see the whole map, but we also see a lot of teams landing with one another. And what does that mean when teams are in one location, one POI together? That means they are fighting it out. And I'm seeing lots of group of 2s. I'm seeing some groups of 3s, but I am mostly excited to see all the new additions to the Fortnite Season Super.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about here. I mean, now that we have hero items, we also have the unstable erotics coming here. So something to keep in mind. You're going to want to look for things like your miss gauntlets, your kill switch revolvers, your tracking visor, your base boost, your surf cube, and then some of the unstable erotics, you know, being that from the S, you're gonna see the yoink shotgun, the voltage burst pistol, the frostfire shotgun. I mean, there's just gonna be tons of different items here to look out for, but that's not only it. We're gonna actually see the hero rank system. This is new. This is obviously for some of them that, you know, that are, you're just tuning in, you're, you know, kind of getting yourself back into Fortnite. That's based off eliminations, assists, surviving late game, placement, damage that's been dealt. And then there are 5 ranks, Cutie Noob. There's the unranked, the gold, the A-, the A, and the S, and then the S+. So once that is established, that actually gets you and determines the caches that will be available to you. So the teams are trying to, obviously, this is builds, so, you know, they're trying to get as many mats as possible in the areas that they're in, and, you know, here kind of probably strategizing where they're gonna rotate next. We got Summit over here, Summit Panda Mint coming in, and, you know, we're kind of getting the feel of where everyone is going to probably be rotating. But, you know, in this initial stance here, this is kind of where you're gonna need to farm as many materials as possible.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest focus, especially early game, right? You don't want to go into an opponent and have 0 mats. That's the worst situation to be in, especially with a scrim like this where skill is going to matter. Can you outbuild someone? Can you out-edit someone? That's going to be a huge thing to have to focus on it. And in order to do those things, you need the mats. And these are prime locations to get some of these mats. Some of them are a little bit more focused. Oh, already action. Yes,
Lots
this
of
is exactly
action.
what we wanted. I'm talking about builds. I'm glad that these teams got some mats under their belts.
Yeah, they needed just enough, but you can see the contention. Oh my goodness, Greystar, they are down. They did not let them have any positioning here. You know, Outlaw Oasis being the spicy area that it is, but, you know, they're gonna take the opportunity to, you know, kind of just take the peace within their build, you know, kind of establish territory here in Outlaw Oasis, and, you know, just kind of steadily keep this area for themselves. There's lots of mats here, still not much to be contested just yet, but, you know, never say never, because as soon as things start rotating around, but you see WTJ Rose and her duo getting pushed over here on this side. Still on that, they have the C tier. They are getting peppered through here. Some of the shield going down. 27. Can they make this quick edit come around?
No.
And unfortunately, it takes a huge hit with 48 HP. Their teammate is down. Can they find this area to get this rotation out of here? It's gonna try to take this sneak away over here, but they are being hunted, trying to find an exit without making too much noise. The edit comes here, you know, obviously lots of noise as well, but they are searching. Can there be a possible reset? This is one of those situations where you really just need to stay calm and, you know, kind of listen and also be ready to edit. And, you know, because they're not working with a lot. There's no shield. We have only 63 HP here. And, you know, it is sometimes hard knowing that your teammate is down. So you have to kind of be like, okay, I need to get out of here. Maybe if they get third partied, we can sit it out. But, you know, it is still early in the game. We have still 36 teams here on the map. So lots of areas to contest. We're here looking at Lone Wolf Lair and Cutie Noob. I mean, there's a lot of mats here to be given as well.
Yeah, I think that's a especially important thing to learn throughout scrims is, was the drop efficient to you, and is it worth going for the fight, right? You mentioned you had your teammate go down. Do you want to just, instead of going solo, do you want to look for res, potentially just wait it out, look for a third party? Or kind of like this team is having with Nisui and its Mars. They're kind of just scouting the area, building a little bit of a location for themselves. It has protection, but also has a few advantage points to look upon other POIs that they can capitalize on. But so far, it seems like everyone's just kind of waiting around and looking for maps and scouting out what each of the other teams are doing as well.
Yeah, and quite a loadout for that team. We got Twitch. It's Liz FC over here, kind of making their way, sticking very close to their duo, kind of sharing the islands, have respawned. They look like they're getting pushed over here from that high ground. Will they be... taking some shots right there, being really confident with their placing. Will this edit work in their favor? Can they take the shots?
Now, they had control of the build here, Pal, but now this new team that came into this fight has full control after eliminating some in this build as well.
Yeah. Can they be the team to kind of outbuild and out-edit them, but at the same time stick together because they are not working with, you know, the most, you know, desirable loadout, but that not is always, you know, something that is needed in Fortnite. We've seen people be able to do quite a lot with, you know, utilities, low utilities, but what I like here is that they're being really close to one another. They're not, you know, they're taking some peeking. You can see that the other team has definitely taken that high ground, possibly making sure that they're not getting third-partied as well. So it's just going to be a matter of time to see if they want to push. It looks like they're kind of making a swing around that top mountainside. Maybe they've gotten location on another team, but Vanessa just being very patient here, probably doing some comms as to, hey, do we rotate right now? We don't have a lot to work with. They definitely see people on the island. We got over here Manny kind of just like being a little sneaky on the bush side, but sees some team action right here. Can they take advantage of this build side? They have eyes on a team here, possibly able to see if they can contest, maybe taking over this area over here. Nothing much going on.
This is
they're getting peppered from this other side over here. Yep, from that island, that high ground.
Yeah,
Nina just making sure they don't peek from that side.
Mm-hmm. And very well played there by Vanessa and their teammate Liz. Again, 2 seasoned players have played tons of scrims, tons of competitions, and that's one of the huge things that you learn when you have so much repetition, so much matches under your belt, is you know when some fights are worth fighting and when they're not. And that fight, because of the height advantage and also the control of the builds, was not worth taking. You know that there's a better fight to be taken and also a new location to take over as well. So that's something that you learn throughout these scrims and something that you can adapt to as well, going through these scrims as well.
Yeah, I mean, we still see this like very high contested area, this high ground. You can tell that, you know, they're definitely can see other teams around, just being really, really careful while they take the opportunity to farm some more materials, because really, you know, there's 33 teams left, and there's the shot that I was not hoping it would happen, but you turn your back just one time and that's all it takes. So you got to be really careful, because even though, you know, we are playing at the academy, a lot of these players, you know, do tune in to a lot of these other streamers. They get very familiar with the play styles, you know, and we're having a lot of fun here, but at the same time, you know, we're really knowing, and a lot of them are very familiar with the play styles of these different kind of players.
You gotta learn, you gotta take inspiration from everyone else and kind of adapt to and see what you can learn from one another. So great point there, pal. As the first storm comes in, though, we do see that numbers are dwindling a little bit, and there are some teams who like to play storm chasing. Right? Like you wait for the circle to come in, and instead of going to the circle directly, you wait at the edge, or you come in with the circle to try to avoid some of these fights. And some of these teams are just kind of sneaking their way through the edge to wait and really collapse on these teams coming in.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this like mountainside here, just really everyone just, you know, trying to capitalize on this high ground. Oh my goodness, but you could see on the actual kill feed. We just see the teammates are going down here. Lots of teammates taking some shots from across the way. I mean, when you traverse and you're also taking shots, you're also giving a lot of your position here. So there are not a lot of mats here to work with if you're gonna continuously build, but sometimes it just depends on where you want to go. Looks like this team is playing now. So we talked about point system, we talked about how you're gonna get your points. Well, placing, is gonna get you there. Maybe they already got some limbs under their belt as well. So you can see RR Sep, can they take this down? But they are also being contested. They don't want to keep their backs, turned, but there it is. As soon as they start making that rotation, took a lot of shield from that one side.
Yeah, this is a very hard position to be if you're Dancy, because not only are you fighting with someone who has elevation advantage, they also have build control advantage as well. You're coming into their build and try to capitalize on that. Maybe hope that the team across the mountain gets into this altercation with them and you are able to capitalize on it. But with that, I do think that the team that had this build bailed out already. So rotation is already being activated.
Yes, activated indeed. And here comes the rotation. RR Sep, saying, all right, can we move forward from this opportunity, take advantage of some of these materials as well as these consumables. And, as we're kind of heading towards the rotation, the storm is moving along. But here you can just see how, they're taking a beat here to just kind of regroup. At the same time, it's just kind of also like, okay, we have these two builds close by. Do we take advantage of this? We have enough materials to kind of keep the peace on this side of the mountain. But, it seems like they want to stay and kind of just hold ground right here.
Yeah, I mean, mats are so important. Mats and high ground. And especially this being the first circle coming in, the first storm, you can still sit, wait, and see what everyone else is kind of doing and base it off them. But at some point, you got to decide, do we need to farm more or do we just need to take some of these fights? And there's also like teams that decide that they don't really want to farm mats. They just want to go farm eliminations. And that will get them mats. This exclusive Gabby and Gwenki don't seem to be one of those teams that are like, we want to go and farm. Instead, it looks like they are searching for players. And so far, we do have and have found 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, here comes where, the practice with your duo, getting pushed from that side, making sure that, the edits are there. But we have Dea over here kind of rushing through this side, and you can see that they are just chasing them, kind of hunting them on through this build. And they gotta work through a lot of metal and wood, but they know that this is one of the teammates that they want to take down. Clearly it is, they're gonna get that point, but it's really also, this is a great place to keep the build. But this is gonna be really based off experience, and obviously kind of taking the opportunity here to just making sure obviously you have your 360 surroundings, but obviously you can't ever stay for too long, because I feel like things can change in a matter of seconds. And with some of these seasoned players, they know that very well. And just in Fortnite in general, you just know that things can just change. But we got TikTok Gwenki over here kind of hanging out in the storm, taking the opportunity to hope that no one finds them, and just, taking some mats. While the chaos is still, you can see the builds from that area, but yeah, this rotational map, they do have 2 medis there that they can probably take and keep themselves in the storm, but you know, it's probably nothing too desirable. But you can see here the 3 teams pushing into this area, and Cute Noob, I would say we're about to get some spicy plays here. You talked about spice, you're gonna get your spice now.
This is like level 4 spice, because not only are there like 5 different squads in the same vicinity, but you also have a team that's very hunkered down here. They have this whole fortress, as I like to call it, in control, but there's so many different teams that are looking to take them out. It's who also the fact that you have Jazz and Daya at the bottom of this hill, low ground advantage, like no ground advantage in here. But am I worried about that? No, with the team that knows exactly how to play out, and also it's about timing too, right? Like, are you the first point of contact, or are you the third point of contact? Because that matters. When do you go in to be the aggressor right off the bat, or do you wait to third party? And I think that Daya and Yaz have learned from their experience that it's important to be the third team coming in, not the first, unless really you know that both of the teams are very low and you can capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think here it's really kind of the patient game, right? Who's going to be the one that kind of sees a moment to strike, but really third partying is kind of someone's, it could be in their playbook, especially considering this is our first matchup. We want to be able to be the team with the most points here and eliminations. And, you know, sometimes you just also want to be letting the teams around saying, hey, we know that you're here. We're gonna pepper some shots through across the way just to let you know that we're here and we can see what's happening. But you can see already the builds are happening on top of one another. The rotations are getting closer. The circle is getting smaller. There's 24 seconds on the clock. 29 teams left, and let me tell you, the level 4 spice is gonna reach up to 5 right now, Cutie Noob.
Absolutely. So many different teams battling out to get the last hit and, of course, remain alive throughout this battle. You're at the edge of the circle, and this is really ideal if you want to make sure that you are rotating safely into the next one, and it only gets smaller from here. This team getting peppered from, like you said, every single direction, because every team is looking to get the high ground onto this POI.
Yeah, I mean, getting that early rotation is great, but here you go. The rotations are happening now. Will the high ground players, or will it be the low ground warriors coming through and making their stance as well? It's all depending on what you see. You see the sprites are coming out, and really the consumables are to our favor. I mean, you could see that the teams, you know, together, Nia over here with Manny, just kind of taking a moment to kind of share their consumables, making sure that they are definitely doing comms on this rotation right now, because they know that there's a lot of teams here, and making sure they're not getting pushed out of the way. This is not the time to be getting shot from behind, because at the same time you could just see the teams rotating to the zone. And you know, we're getting close over here, because it's almost time to see what will happen, because this is, you know, if you're just tuning in, this is our first game out of 5, and lots is about to go down right now. You could see kind of no mistakes can be made in these situations over here, because that will cost you. And you can see WTJ, they don't have any points right now to their name. Their teammate does. They have 1 point. But right now, this is an opportunity where you, like you mentioned earlier, can third party, and it could really make a big difference.
Yeah, having this height, this control for Belcita and their teammate CC Nugget is going to be beneficial, as they are going to be in the circle, and also being able to overlook into what's happening with the other squads. Labubu taking a peek. It's so scary being able to see through buildings and just kind of peeking your head out, because at any second you could get headshot. So you take that risk of exposing not only yourself but also your teammate to a vulnerable situation. And you can tell here that Labubu's like, do we go for it? Do we third party? Is this the time? Do we just stay? It's a hard call to make.
They got 4 elims to their name, so it's kind of like you said, do you risk it for the biscuit right now? But right now you can just see like, okay, maybe we just stay patient right now. We want to try to stack as many elims as possible. Yes.
Look at this rotation. Everyone's going to be out in the open. Everyone's going to want to get to the center of that circle. Everyone's going to run, and you're going to be out in the open, and everyone's going to be able to take shots. And with that, Smiley is feeling the danger. They're feeling the spice. Their builds are getting absolutely shredded.
Yeah, speaking of shredded, the edits are also going down. The consumables are just being used. There goes the minis. Are they able to take them in time? But like you said, the rotations are happening quick. I mean, you could just see the teams are fully stacked. 24 teams here that are left. 45 players. I mean, could it be an opportunity for, we got Smiley over here. They got 4 elims total right here together, and can they take this opportunity to stick together, right? This is an opportunity too, right? Because you don't want to out edit and then not have your teammate not be able to cover your back. And that's really, really important in builds, because if those comms are not on point, it could really be a full reset for you guys. So I think here they kind of sitting in a really good spot. But they're not working with a lot of materials, and you can see not a lot of their loadout is not. I mean, we can get this aerial view, and you can just see how stacked everyone is right now. And we got Lena over here with their team hanging out on the island. Like, hey, well, we're just gonna wait till the last second and just see what happens. And Hail Mary this.
Yeah, the circle's gonna push them into this fight. It's gonna be from a top-down, coming-down view. If they can land on a build, it's gonna be ideal situation. But the fire here for CC Nugget and Velcita. Velcita goes down. CC Nugget's like, my builds are here. I'm gonna peace out. Hopefully, I can come back and res you. There's gonna be no opportunity to res Velcita. Velcita goes down. CC Nugget now is left in a situation where you gotta rely on your own mats. And let me tell you here, pal, there is no mats to be seen.
Wow, the knock, though, they were able to at least get 1 point through. We have a lot of teams right now kind of, very stacked. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of cone controls, and, they're holding down the pressure. Teams like Lena were holding the pressure down on from that island side, still taking that high ground, kind of, seeing in fact where the teams are headed. And oh man, could they make an opportunity over here to stay on this high ground? They have 1 elim to their name, but look at the loadout that they have, Cutie Noob. This is exactly what you would need for the end, but there's 25 seconds left. And things are gonna get really, really crazy as this storm is also kind of chasing them. This circle is moving, and my goodness, the pressure is on.
Everybody is trying to take control of this build, and they're also not only having to worry about one team putting fire on them, it's about hopping into a box with 2 opponents and going down without any fighting chance. You have to remain together, and you talked about it, mats in the build is so important. Doesn't matter if you have the high ground. If you get caught out, it's going to be a fight till the end. As we see, a lot of teams are also in a 1v1 situation where their teammates have gone down. So you got to figure out, do I continue to rotate, or do I kind of just stay behind and roam with the circle as it moves?
Yeah, and as you can see, Lena here with that A on their side, they have the hero strategy in their favor. And like I said, they got the consumables, and they unfortunately missed some of those shots earlier before with that team. And I think Lena was like, you know what, we need to start making some moves right now. But you see Deo right here with Yaz. Oh no, Yaz is taking a huge hit right there. Only 12 HP with a loadout. Can they recover? And unfortunately not. Can Dea save it for their team right now? They have a lot of eliminations together. I mean, this would not be the time to go down. Can Dea capitalize on this high ground right here is really gonna have to just be that hero for their duo right now. And, you know, they are in a good spot, but dang, they're gonna take a lot of damage if they are not careful here, because they're kind of getting boxed in. But you got Kit over here, you know, they got a nice little load as well. They got that S hero stack up right now. You can see it on the top left corner. You can see what consumables and weapons they were able to get from the cash systems here. And it's incredible what these teams are doing. I thought the first matchup was going to be testing the waters, but no, it's not.
No.
It's extra spicy, just like that. I mean, you see Kitsu, Natalie, just, you know, making their point, making their contention, and you can just see they are just trying so hard to just like say, you know, we're just gonna sit here and build. Maybe, you know, we'll find some lucky. There goes the Chug Jug, and there it is, our Battle Royale, getting our first game through. Kitsu, Natalie, and her teammate, and what a first game, Cutie Noob.
I asked for spice, and I feel like this definitely delivered. I'm happy with it. I'm happy that we got down to the last circle, and not even the last circle, but it was like, could you even see the circle? I think I needed to put some glasses on to be like, where is this? Yanni fought it out, and super shout out to Kitsu and Panda for being able to be a very high seasoned team. Daya and their teammate, we said it, a lot of experience, a lot of battle royales under their belts. So to be able to take out a player on a scrim, of course it is a scrim, but you have outbuilt, outlasted, and it's a really great first game. I am happy. This is great.
I am so hyped right now, because if this is the plays that we're getting from the Milk Academy, this just shows so much passion, so much heart, so much just like unity in the Fortnite competitive scene. So I am so happy. But we are gonna take a short break, regroup, try to get all the stats, wrap our brains around this first matchup. So we'll be right back after this short break.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. We are back from our break and from game one. Special shout out to our casters because they are absolutely killing it. Q Noob and Pal, you were born to do this. I just have to put that out there. And first off, all of these ladies played so well. You can't believe this is an academy, right? Like, these girls know what they're doing. They are crushing it. And shout out to Nat and Panda for taking a win for game one. So, after game one is done, those jitters are gone. So now game two is coming to us. But let's do a little review on game one. So please tell me about your favorite moments of game one, Panda and Q Noob.
Favorite moments. I think, obviously, as we came in, we talked about how that first game kind of just sets the tone for the matchup. And I always like to be like, will these players kind of show off, or will they kind of see how the other styling? But all these players are so familiar, not only with one another, but just kind of, they play every day. This is what they do. And, having a safe place like the Academy really gives them an opportunity to really, have a stage for once. And we saw some great plays. We saw a little boo-boo over here kind of, taking this opportunity, taking shots, and kind of just doing everything in their whole power just to keep the dream alive. But, like Ash mentioned, that first game, some of the jitters, that kind of adrenaline that you get, if you've ever done a tournament of any caliber where there's just a professional setting, there is this adrenaline that's inside of you that's just it's just hard to describe unless you've done it. And this is what the Academy is for. This is what gives you the opportunity to do that. And Cutie Noob, I don't know if you've ever been put in a setting like this. I have done a tournament, and let me tell you, it's hard. It's really, you have to kind of like really focus, have the comms on right. Also just have a lot of synergy with your duo. And I have to give it to these players.
Yeah, they did so great. I mean, every single one of them, they knew exactly, at least it felt like they knew exactly how the rotations were going to go about. We saw a lot of teams. I mean, half of the squads ended up to the last circle, and that was really when all chaos came to fruition. So it let me know that not only do they have the experience to play in a professional setting, but they also have the comms, and they're working to gain all of the correct skills to be able to compete in these high level. Am I surprised with the leaderboard? Absolutely not. I think the only little cherry on top was the fact that Nats and Panda, those are two players that I in the past have not been familiar with. So to see them outplay a team like Yasmin and Dea is really nice, and it definitely piques my interest and lets me know that those are two of the teammates that I'm gonna continue to see as well. But every other lady as well that has made it into the top 10, I think are contenders to future Milk Cup events as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Awesome.
Like you could see, those leaderboards really kind of just gave it. And Ash, you were there drinking your milk, enjoying the matchup. What was that like for you, for your first time kind of seeing these competitive ladies come through, not only having a good time, but enjoying the Academy?
Yeah, enjoying the Academy. It's been awesome just seeing all of this play out, and I wish I could be as good as them. I really do. I really do.
Be.
But
you will
I can be.
Yes.
But guess what?
Are you taking notes? Because I always take notes when these girls play.
Yes.
I'm like, well, I definitely am not going to do that, or I'm definitely going to try that. So
I always take notes, but I am completely okay with highlighting all of these lovely women, and I'm okay with that, and I have more fun with that. But friends, we are ready for game two. We're gonna throw it to our casters, and we'll see you after.
thank you, Ash. Thank you so much. Cute Noob, we saw that first matchup that, we've set the tone for this whole tournament that we have here. If you're just tuning in, we just did our first game, and I would say, you were surprised with that first win. Some new names coming into the Academy. I'm very excited to see some, will they continue their journey in a professional setting, or are they just having fun and just taking it today as a Sunday, that's a nice little prize pool. I think we can go for that. So it's been a lot of fun to see. In fact, will they continue on this momentum? Can they take this confidence that they had and, take it for game 2?
Yeah, that's really the question, right? Can we adapt and can we grow from this? Or also, if you just want to do this tournaments just to see, hey, how can I improve because I just want to do better, period, that's also a possibility for you guys at home. I know we keep talking about this competitive setting and getting better and playing against top pros, but not everyone has a dream to become a pro. Some people just want to learn and adapt and get new skills under their belts, and that is okay. And this Milk Cup Academy is the opportunity for you to be able to do that as well. So really looking forward to game number 2. Do I want to see some new names pop up on our screens? Absolutely. Always looking to highlight and look at new gamers and learn from new gamers. So it's going to be a blast. I also want to see some more of the items being used. Like with this new season, I know it just started. I just got updated. Some of you guys might not be familiar with everything that's possible and available to you. But what I do know and throughout all Fortnite is that mobility is key. So I want to see some of those mobility items that they have in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a lot of the new weapon from the weapon caches go through. And like I mentioned before, you want to peek on that top left side. That's going to show you what tier there are. Now, you can see it now. It's on a C, but when we start highlighting each of the players, it's depending on, what, in fact, they were able to get. Were they able to get to gold only or, A minus, A? So it's all really just depending on how, what they want to do, how they want to use these consumables and the core mechanics of the new hero rank system, right? This is new. I think with this season, this kind of gives a lot of variables in competitive Fortnite, and I absolutely love it because it's not only just the base skills of Fortnite. Now you have to bring this complete different strategy into the game. So you're thinking about not only your skill set, but like, how do I even enhance the skill set that I already have with these new tier systems? And I think this is really going to determine in this season who can adapt. And I've talked about this in competitive Fortnite when I've casted, who has the ability to adapt the fastest, who can do this. And that really determines, separates kind of like, yes, we talked about professional, but like, if you're having fun and you're just a content creator, you want to get those cool clips, right? You want to see what you can do with these new system upgrades. So I'm really excited to see what, like you said, you want to see some of these new updates being used, and I think you're going to get that.
Give it to me. Give it to me already. And it looks like also they're giving me some fights as well.
Ooh, yes.
Kayla Cakes is like, oh, okay, 2v1. Where is my teammate Chows? Who, by the way, is already half health on. So it looks like a little bit of a retreating, reassessing the situation and looking for a better position here. Yeah, this was a split drop as well.
Yeah.
Looks like
You're right. It was a split drop, and we can see this kind of aerial view, kind of, if they're going to take that rotational area, but it's really just kind of like, the beginning of what are we going to do? We're going to try to, take as much farming opportunity as possible, but we can already see Evo Kutsan is down, and you can see the teams already starting to contest one another. We got 42 teams right now here, and in fact, if you're just tuning in, this is game 2 already, so things are gonna get cooking. We thought things were gonna, be nice and lukewarm, but no. It was a spicy, and I don't think, I think we're gonna get even more as we progress through this tournament.
Oh yeah, Outlaw Oasis. Already the second time that we're seeing action. This was game 1. This was when the first team went down for us. So to see another team battle it out here seems like the first time might have been luck going one way. Let's see if that could be fixed here with these two teams going head to head.
Yeah, but Angela not working with a lot is not even contested, but unfortunately goes down. And you can just see TikTok Kai's Josie kind of, you know, saying, all right, we were able to win this one. Let's just, you know, keep going. There is that B cache with the weapon system that I was talking about earlier. This is an opportunity to not only, you know, take piece here on this area, but also just farm as many materials as possible and, you know, kind of see if in fact they get other teams to contest them, and they will be ready. So I'm really excited to see what, you know, and, you know, be careful what you wish for, pal, because look, you know.
Jules says, okay, we heard some fighting happening here, and Jules and their teammates seem to have dropped a little bit nearby, not too much. I'm looking here. Yeah, they were actually kind of a ways away, so it's kind of crazy that they decided to come and peek on over in this side of Outlaw Oasis. But when you rotate, they did come from that Redwoods kind of area. You have material, you know that these teams have already gotten into a fight, so you could potentially capitalize on it. But with that, team was already prepared, locked and loaded to see what else is going to happen.
You see Outlaw Oasis being a you know, a hot zone over here of different areas where in fact this is kind of going to determine are you able to be a precision fragger, you know, peeking, you know, and there it is. I just said it. Jules taking the opportunity, not any more shields to their name. They're only at 38 shield right now, and if they take the opportunity to peek even the, oh, and you can see their other teams are starting to get, you know, pushed on and being contested right now. They're doing their best to get that high ground because they're not working with a lot right now. Not a lot of ammo, only one med kit, no shield. And you can already see over here with Smiley
nice drop.
taking the shot. Labubu over here also with the team. There's lots of going. We see lots going on right here. Will Labubu take that low ground? I mean, you can just see the consumables being used, and you can hear them, and they hear them too. So there goes the shot, is able to connect right there. Labubu trying to make a quick edit, trying to take the opportunity to reload and finish that a limb right there. But can they make a difference right here? And they do, and look at the items that they were able to take. Cute Noob, I mean, if this was textbook, this would be such a great play right here. It was just really being patient. You know, being confident in their edits, and they're able to take this area right here and keep the peace. But you know, you can see over here TikTok just trying to like say, okay, I need you close back to me. Don't go too far from me, Vamp. You know, we gotta just be patient over here and see if in fact, you know, we can you know, do a reset. But it's also just kind of being patient. They don't know. They don't know that they're there, you know? So it could just be like just a really just good patient game. I was hoping maybe a third party coming in fact, to see if they would happen, but nope.
Oh, third party also happening over on this side of the map.
My
CC
goodness.
Nuggets and Balsita going in. Close aim, faltering just a tad bit, making them go into their reserves, taking some shields. And you were talking about that other going back to Outlaw Oasis, where that third party happening, Labubu capitalized on. They're already being low weakened opponents there and being able to collapse on that, and having the map control, also being able to isolate the fights and take 1v1s. That's also trust within your teammate to know that they are capable of taking those 1v1s, because sometimes you're like, do you feel confident to take these 1v1s? And sometimes you have to stick together, kind of like we're seeing here. CC and Belcita just, you know, rotating with one another, not keeping too much distance. But there's teams that have 1000% trust in their teammate to take those 2v1s, those 1v1s as well. So to be able to be that versatile of a player is going to be key in tournaments like this as well.
I love that you brought up versatile, and that is what we've been seeing in the academy thus far. You could see the versatility, and you can also see how each of these teams are finding the opportunities to capitalize when in fact this third party is you know, in a situation that benefits them, you know, in game 2 right now. And you can see the shots being taken. Twitch, it's Liz over here being like, all right, I got this. I can I've been here before, and unfortunately takes a few shots, but has her teammate close by. They have enough consumables here to do a quick little reset, but they are definitely getting pushed. The chug jug goes out. Will they take it? But you could just see kind of a switch up on their consumables, but they're getting a lot of pressure, but said, hey, if you're gonna pressure me, I'm gonna punish you for it. And there's just a perfect example of the versatility that we've seen here in the Academy today.
And then you have to look at the other side of the map, and you have this team with the Nerface and Blaze, who are like, okay, we just saw you were in an altercation. Let's see if we can capitalize on that, or maybe we just stay put. This isn't the fight we want to take. Nonetheless, you are still keeping sight of where your opponents are.
Yeah, in the Milk Academy, I think, you know, you're seeing a lot of different styles of play. You know, some obviously going for the point system, and you see Dea here, very seasoned player, but also, you know, being contested from that high ground is gonna take that rotational pool, has, you know, the confidence to go in, has their teammate, I mean, they have already 4 limbs, but takes in a shot from above the islands. Is now only at 45 HP, only 25 shields. Gonna have to take an opportunity here to figure out with their teammate kind of close by, but they are getting pinched over here from a couple of teams, so they're really gonna have to be very strategic on how they want to do this rotation, because there are other teams that have eyes on them. So and you can see them from above right here, and there's that shot. Say, okay, we know where you are. You're on that high ground over here, but this is not the opportunity to miss any shots. I don't know about you. I feel like, are you a high ground or are you a low ground warrior?
I'm gonna go to your face and try to do those close range fights, because you know, my snipings aren't there. And, yeah.
Okay. I like
about this mythic weapon and yes, this long range weapon, right? This is exactly what you want, and this was a strategy that we saw in game 1 that allowed for Nat and Panda to be victorious. Was they had that higher ground, and they were able to maintain it throughout the whole time. So that's a strategy in itself as well.
Yeah, we've seen Outlaw Oasis still kind of being an area of contention, and just kind of seeing if, in fact, you know, we got Vampa over here just kind of making the rotation. Their teammate does not have full shield and full HP, so they might be just kind of like trying to make that rotation and find an opportunity to find some more loot. But, you know, you got TikTok... Kai's Josie also kind of just making that rotation. There's a lot of pull right now from this circle side. We got 20 seconds on the clock, 32 teams left. I mean, that's one of the things too, you know, as you're making those rotations, you see that kind of like half box build, just making sure that their backs are not just very exposed as they're making these rotations, you know, and going alongside you know, accumulating consumables and mats as they make these rotations is extremely important.
Yeah, this is, with this being the 4th circle, you're kind of just more so focusing on making sure that the mats are in your favor, right? We saw when we were looking at Dea and their teammate, they didn't really have that many consumables, and the only material that they had as well was the metal. And the thing about metal is, not only does it take longer to build, but it also takes a lot of damage as well. So you're kind of waging, do I want to take my time building this spot, or do I want to make sure that I'm quick on the builds and also capitalizing on those builds and going for the fight? So it's a trade-off with materials as well, especially being, if you're a more aggressive team, is you're going to get the materials from taking these fights. And if you don't take these fights towards the end, or you get caught off in a third party and you're not able to collect materials, then you're in a disadvantage as well.
Yeah, and as you can see on the top left, we got that A, which unlocks the base boost, the Robin grapple, and also the spiral rifle. So you can see the spiral already here with Twitch. Ebeth, you know, they got 4 limbs to their name right here. So it's gonna do a little bit of sneaking around, hanging out in the bush area just to see if any teams, you know, cross their paths here, but nothing yet, you know. Obviously you want to get as many limbs as possible, and placement is important as well. So, you know, maybe some of the teams are saying, okay, we maybe didn't have an opportunity to place in the top 10, so let's wait it out a bit. Let's see if we can, take an opportunity to do this third partying. We've done it before. We've played matches exactly like this. So let's, it's kind of like you with your duo. It's such a different kind of synergy versus like trios, or when you have your 4 teammates together, or even solo. It's just you and your duo partner, just trying to strategize how to do this and working together as much as possible. So, and you can see when in fact the comms are on point with certain teammates, and comms are so important. If you're just tuning in, maybe you've played Fortnite, it's such a difference when you have a great IGL player and great comms. It really just makes a huge difference on the confidence level as well. And we could see Rhino 7 and their teammate Enviani just hanging out in the island, just having a good time. Nothing yet, nothing too spicy yet, but it seems like they're very happy on this high ground area over here.
Yeah, it's a good spot for material as well. I mean, you got stone, you got rock, you got wood, you name it. You can probably just chill here. Obviously, you have a little bit of mobility util as well. So why not? Also, it worked out for the previous team, so why not take a page out of someone else's book and see how it goes in your favor? But this is really what we're all here to watch, right? How do we get into these fights, and what does it matter? It matters about the close range weaponry, and these shotguns, they're doing most of the work for most of these squads.
Yeah, speaking of work, they definitely are put in a position where lots of consumables are in there, and you can see the medallion over here. And as in here in 17 seconds, where our rotations are going to start happening, and oh my goodness, the exposure, we talked about this earlier. You have to be so careful that you only like 2 seconds at all, sometimes even less than that. So because you have to almost have eyes on the back of your head, because these players will take advantage of that. But we talked also about variables and probability of what you might get in these caches. So I like the range weapons that we have. Lots of shotguns. I have yet to see the double revolvers. That's like one of my favorite that I've seen thus far in this new season update. But a lot of these players are very comfortable with shotguns, so they could be in close range situations. I think they're a lot of fun to watch. But as you can see here, few teams surrounding Velcita and her teammate CC Nuggets over here, and being like, okay, where do we want to move to? Do we wait? We don't have any limbs to our name just yet, but we're gonna have to make a decision here in 13 seconds. And it's kind of be cute noob really about who's making the right decisions at the right time.
Right, or making sure that you also don't get caught out with people who are coming in from the circle a little bit late, like we see Dea and their teammate Jasmine do so. Storm chasing, as I like to call it, because you know that you're safe out of the storm. Of course, there could be that potential of people waiting, just coasting and waiting for you to come into that storm. But really, you could also capitalize on people who are playing onto the storm, as we see it's Liz and Vanessa.
I mean, so many opportunities here where the rotations happen, and you can see on this high ground, Envy, Yanni, and their teammates still gonna keep themselves on the island probably till the very last second. But here comes the rotation. Says, you know what? Let's just take the opportunity now while we have this. Doesn't look like anyone's contesting them just yet. They're too busy because they're so stacked over here on that lone wolf side here, but is able to kind of take a nice little landing with not much, nobody kind of really moving. Looks like one team might have found them. But they got enough mats over here. If they can build and kind of keep themselves steady here while they're boxed up and kind of regroup, that's how you do it. But you know, again, you're also telling everyone that was in Lone Wolf, hey, we're the new team on the block over here. Just letting y'all know we're here to also find some opportunities.
Oh man, look at Natalia. The team that just won our game number 1 is left to just then lonesome selves. We see that Panda was eliminated at some point throughout these rotations. So that's going to be a hard one to try and maintain, although not impossible, right, Pal?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all in your head, right? If you are gonna just now have to play solo, it's just kind of you have to kind of switch your mindset to a solo game now, right? So, but I think the patience of how it works in their favor, like you said, they did take game 1. They have a lot of points to their name. And the positioning right now is just really based off how they can capitalize on, you know, teams that are getting third party, or if they want to take the opportunity to be third party, but they also have, you know, they have to watch their back even more so as, you know, the storm continues to move, and it's really just kind of about placement. But speaking of placement, Daya over here with their teammate kind of making a stance over here, and the rotations are happening, the mobility that you see here, and they're gonna just take it a little bit of time to possibly reset. They have 6 limbs to their name right now, and here comes the shots.
Yeah, they're looking to add more to the kill count as that. This is a strategy that we saw them do previously as well, which is take over their opponents and stay in a lower ground positioning, which is something that we don't quite see as often in Fortnite. People tend to like that high ground advantage, but it seems to be really beneficial for this specific squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just depending on the style of what you're kind of seeing. There is a lot of, you know, different. The low ground warriors is just, I feel like, just depends on what the situation is. And some seasoned players can do both. Some prefer, you know, that high ground. But you can see over here, the teams are getting pushed. There's multiple third parties happening right here. And Daya just trying to pepper through, trying to see if they can get any picks here. But unfortunately, it's just making sure their teammate is close by, saying, okay, you take the opportunity to take some shots while I reset. Make sure you get that edit ready to go if we need. They're just taking the opportunity. There it is. There's that knock that they were looking for. It's just kind of capitalizing if in fact there's teams just not even looking in that direction, and can they do it? And it just shows you how you have to just be kind of, you know, 360 aware of all your surroundings while we're here in this situation. We have 20 seconds left. We have 25 teams still left, Cutie Noob.
That is insane. Half of this lobby still in the fight, still contesting, and having to go into a wide open circle. And you said it all. You have to look 360. You have to have eyeballs in the back of your head. If not, you're going to be shot from somewhere, somehow, in any capability. The advantage here for neutral diet. Like, okay, I'm just gonna call it neutral here. And Rogosaurus is going to be the fact that they have safety in this rock. And for the time being, it's going to be enough to help them and wait for the dust to settle.
I mean, it's the power of the Borderlands and the rock and, you know, the consumables. But also, they have a nice stack of mats right here. And they're kind of going to see, okay, we see all these teams pushing towards us. Do we wait? Or do we make that rotation early? Just being very aware of your surroundings. They have 2 limbs. They can, in fact, maybe kind of play here on these 2 sides. They're kind of like cushioned in this nice little rock, kind of using the environment to their advantage. And you can see here the teams are starting to make the mobility, finding the ways how they can make that high ground. You got Twitch, Ebeth over there taking too many shots over here, loses so much shields, now down to 12, is unfortunately going to take an opportunity, but that storm is coming their way. They're gonna try to find, but you see Lena over here, and in fact, trying to see if they can get a little bit of cover while they shield up. But you know, you can just see the team starting to stack here. It's game 2. If you're just joining us, we're here with Gonna Need Milk. It is the Milk Academy. I cannot believe this is the Milk Academy because it feels like the Milk Cup. And these ladies are just very spicy here for your Sunday evening games and having a great time. And I just love to see, too, just a lot of just big brain plays, right? Kind of just making sure that, hey, do we need to push right now? We already have some points. You can see Lena and Twitch Ebeth, you know, they got 4 limbs. They want to make sure to, you know, at least make it to endgame. And there's the sprites, you know, making sure that they can take advantage of the new items here is really great. They are on that A weapon tier system. So from that cache, they were able to get some of these weapons that are to advantage. They're making the rotations a little early right here. And, you know, are able to kind of cushion themselves right here. Can they make a nice little box area? They're together. No limbs just yet, Cutie Noob.
Yeah, so many numbers dwindling down to the 10s. And it's a matter of, do you rotate early or do you fall into the march with the rest of the teams? And we can see some teams have opted to go and be the first ones to rotate on over. But when you do go into that full rotation nice and early, that means you're the target of everybody. The one advantage to Yanni and their teammate is the fact that they are the single team above ground. They have that height advantage. They're taking shots down below while the rest of the squads are getting pepper from left, right, all around. And not even just that, but the storm is also causing so much damage since we are down dwindling to the last few storms.
Man, Lena up 10k with only 6 HP. They're trying to get some HP here with some of their consumables. Unfortunately, their teammate is also down, trying to keep the dream alive as they're trying to make through this cone control area. Are they able to anchor this trap? But you can see that high ground to the advantage. We got Ryan over here with Yanni saying, all right, looks like they're making that rotation. We're able to do so as well. We have the consumables to do it. We can contest these teams, but we have other teams also on the different high ground, and you could just see the hero usages of the new items are being used right now. And can teams like this, they got 3 limbs to their name, right? So can they just wait it out just a little bit and find the opportunity? Third party, but takes a lot of damage as they do so. Can they win this? Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
8 HP to their name. Oh no, but they were able to get some down. They got 4 limbs now. They're getting some shots right here. Is going to try to take some big pots. Can, in fact, they take another one as they make this rotation. Look at the clock right now. 6 teams left, Cutie Noob.
There is no place to make a mistake. You better drop, and if you're dropping in the perfect position. Otherwise, you're dropping into the box of your opponents. Take a shot to the face. Now your teammate is down. You got to look for the rest. And yeah, you talked about the new usage of mobility, and I am seeing it and I am feeling it to be able to really get this height advantage as the circle rotates slowly, little by little. Yanni is in the perfect condition, able to grab some mats with this tree, but it's Honor Scarce, who's now searching for a new prime position to capitalize, to find a new opponent. Donzi goes down to Yanni. Rep comes down, trying to find their teammate as well, but the storm is taking the damage is being poured onto Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots going on here from that high ground, but they've got already 2 limbs now. Are able to win this build fight, but they're doing the pressure, and there it is, the victory royale by Honor Scare and Melanie Balls. They got 4 limbs there and their victory royale. This is what they needed. The patient game paid off. Cutie Noob game 2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, do I expect anything else from game number 2? Game number 1 was just as spicy. I think it just goes up from here. If you are just joining us here at the Milk Cup Academy, does this really look like an academy?
Yeah, it's just so much here that we just saw in game 2. And yes, welcome if you're just joining us. But we are going to take a quick short break. We'll be right back here just to give you a full little recap. So don't go anywhere. Hang tight.
Academy, Scrim 2. We just finished game 2. Holy guacamole. The second game was even better, and it's going to continue to get even more better. So much talent once again being showcased here. Oh my gosh. Thank you, y'all, for giving me a show today. This is the best way to spend your Sunday. But game 2, ladies, what do we think? Who are we going to highlight for this moment here?
If you don't say Lafufu, I don't want it.
Yeah, it seems like the chat really loves Lafufu, Labubus. No, but I love to see supporting partners in the chat. That's adorable. But yeah, you should, if you're in the chat, you should be totally hyping up your duo that you want to win, or your bestie, or your friend, or, you know, maybe it's like someone you play with casually and, you know, they got invited here to play at the Milk Cup Academy. And that's just, you know, one of the things that, you know, for game 2, we talked about the nerves are kind of out of the way. Now we're getting a little bit, you know, we're greased up a little bit. We feel good. We're warmed up, and we're feeling confident. And you saw a lot of different change-ups here. You know, we saw some different styles. We saw some of these players playing a little bit more passive, you know, to get their opportunity to get some points underneath them, and also, you know, some placement. And that made a huge difference right there towards the end for our Battle Royale. But you could just see some of our seasoned players, they were like, okay, you know what, we're going to super third party this. They're not even looking this way. We're going to take the opportunity, you know, to rotate together. And, you know, we see Honor over here with their teammate. And this is like what I was saying earlier. They were just going to be to that opportunity to play a little passive. But when it came down to it, they were totally ready and had their here tier weapons and all the consumables and the items that they needed. And it was great to watch how they could take advantage and win this victory royale.
Yeah, I'm really happy that it was a new name and a new like set of team squad to be on the lookout. Of course, consistency is Yasmin and Dea always being there, but the fact that we saw a couple new names, as always, I'm always gonna highlight that. It's like we saw a new duo. They played it right. They, like you said, they were conservative. They waited till the last second, and that's when they really struck and were able to secure that. But the amount of points between 1 and 2 is minimal. You get you know, second place, maybe even third place, and you're able to be on that first place, of course adding eliminations. But the disparity between third, fourth, and sixth is non-existent. It's either a placement or a couple of eliminations added to. So that just kind of speaks the volume of the amount of skill that we have here at this academy.
Yeah, and as we go into game 3, Cube Noob, you know, a lot of decisions are going to be having to be made, right? If you're kind of in that 5th, 6th, 7th, even 8th place, it's like, okay, well, maybe we do need to play a little bit more passive because we don't have the point system. We're kind of running out of time here. We need to secure a win if we want to even place in the top 3. So there's a lot of decisions, I think, that are going to be made here. But, you know, like you mentioned, the new names, that's so exciting to see because, you know, if you're just joining us, you know, there's a big difference between and you've probably heard of the Milk Cup, but this is the Milk Academy. So we're kind of having a place where it's a safe place where people can come and try out what this competitive scene is like, or just have fun and say, hey, you know what, I can maybe get some really fun clips from this, throw them up on you know, my socials and have a great time. But we also could possibly see some of these players moving ahead in their career if they want to become competitive Fortnite players.
Absolutely. And I see all of these women having a very far future in Fortnite. And I'm just honored to be here to see it all come to life. And oh, it's just amazing and incredible. And it's so inspiring. I'm telling you, after this tournament, I might take some time, hop in a game or two and practice my building because that needs a little work. So most of the time, I've been playing zero build lately, but that is the core of Fortnite, building, editing, all of that. Even though it's so stressful, I still need to practice. But I wanted to highlight a couple people here, Dea and Yaz, with their mobility. It was just incredible to see. They are quick thinkers. They are on their feet because there's little to no time to make those decisions that really do impact your placement in a game. But thank you so much, ladies. I enjoyed that break and chit-chatting with you about game 2. I think game 3 is ready, so we'll kick it to our casters to take it over.
As always, I hope you drink lots of milk, Miss Ash. And if you already finished your milk, which I wish I could, I think I'm gonna start like chugging my milk in between the yapping sessions. I'm gonna be like, because my chocolate milk, my ice went away, so I need more ice in my milk.
I need more ice. I need to get one of those like shaky like cup things. I have one. I wasn't thinking, but for the next milk cup academy. But I do want to bring back what Miss Ash said about seeing seasoned players play, and I think what this also does, just to highlight here at the Milk Academy, we finally get to see pro players come through. But that is so motivating, I think, for some of these players too, because that's so fun. You get to say, hey, I got to square up with some of these pro players on a Sunday. Just have it, I don't need to be pro, but I was fun to play with one or against one. But we're going into our next game. Where if you're just tuning in, we are just having a great time. It's just the beginning. We just dropped in game 3, and I'm very excited to see if, in fact, some of them are going to completely regroup, maybe completely re-strategize how they're going to go into this game.
Yeah, and then obviously each single match you should be coming up with a new strat, especially if you're not getting the results you want. And it's also just good to test out new things as well, whether it's weaponry or whether it's just positioning or comms. You can work on everything. And you asked for dual weapons or dual pistols, and I think we're finally gonna get them here.
Yes. We do get to see the revolvers, but to get the specific revolvers, those are a little bit more, they're a little bit more spicy. They will definitely take a punch if you do find them and are able to open them through the cache. But you see Blase and Nerf Aces over here kind of making a rotational with, not a lot of shield to their name. You got 50 over here with Blase to little to none, but over here is gonna, take some of the shield area and see if they can take some of these teammates while they're in the bush and say, let's see if we can get some consumables while we're hanging out over here. And there's not, while we're kind of just checking things out, it's very quiet here in their area. Not too much, a lot of mats, we were just hanging out. Nothing. Yeah, but as soon as I say something, this is what happens. Caster cursing is a real thing. Okay? I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Team Blase and Nerf Aces, I did not mean to caster curse you, but now they are 100% getting contested. Not a lot of shield to their name. Virtually none, but they are able to take that a limb each with 2 now. Also getting some of these consumables and mats under their belt as well, Cutie Noob.
Oh, do we still have some action going on here, or is this a 1v1 situation here? Okay, why not? Can we trust this? Yep, and it is a knock. Now you're wondering, where is your teammate and what do we do here? And sometimes you don't even have to farm for mats. Sometimes you can just capitalize on these players and move it along with the rest of your squad, which we now see this, their duo, Ebeth, coming back into the mix and being like, hey, what happened? Are you okay? And they're like, yeah, we can continue to move on.
Yeah, I think you can see everyone's just kind of hanging with the thread over here with their HP, and you see their teammate live, and unfortunately they get taken down by Velcita, and their teammate just, saying, all right, let's use this opportunity. They got the caches that they needed. Okay, gonna use this hero system, make that rotational, and we can see here 2 other teammates kind of making their way through. It's really kind of how these first initial battles are gonna go. Are they feeling confident enough to go through them? And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of Lara Croft here, the power of the Lara Crofts. I love to see it. Wheezy Wonka and Eternity over here making, they know they're in this house, you know, and will they take the opportunity to move on forward? But they're taking some shots from this high ground. They're like, no, we're gonna have to make, one of us will go low ground warrior, you can go high ground, but eventually hopefully meet in the middle here. Able to take some action with this med kit.
Oh, this is not a great position to be in if you're Eternity and Wonka. Here you have to move along. Not only are you going to take damage from the storm, but then also you have to fight these two opponents. Yes, this is the first storm, so not as much damage as you can take from the storm, but regardless, in a situation where you know there's some opponents at your back, it could become a little bit more complex. But they seem to be wanting to tangle it out. I mean, one thing that we have to highlight that Miss Ash said is you have to make quick decisions. Do you want to commit or do you want to rotate? And right now, I am a little bit nervous for this team here.
I mean, they are kind of here just sitting in the storm. They don't have any medis to their name. No limbs also, and you know they're gonna have to get lucky if they can find something to heal with. But we're moving along. We got some teams over here. We got Manny and we got Khalifa taking some shots. No limbs yet. He's gonna find this rotation. They are getting contested from above. Gonna take an opportunity to build. Can they edit their way through? No, but they are getting lots of pressure from above and from this side, trying to keep each other safe. But the shots are coming through. The edits have to be precise here.
They do indeed, and they're doing a great job at staying together, but also you're down to your lowest mats, and you can only hold for so long. The opponent now right into their box. It's 1v1. Manny goes down. It's down to Khalifa. Khalifa cannot stop Aimbra, and Aimbra does take that elimination. So running from the storm, but also trying to stay alive. We talked about mats, and mats is going to be the most important, especially in a build match, right? I think that kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, those are when you're kind of getting pressured from that side, and you know, errors are really just need to be kind of minimal, because at this point right now, you know, it is game 3. We've already shaken off the nerves. We really need to be strategic about where our placement is and how many limbs, you know, we have 20. We still have 37 teams here left, Cutie Noob. So there's quite a bit here that is stacking, and as you can see, I mean, the teams have been fairly, you know, stacked in game 1, game 2, and here we're playing a little bit more passive because we know that placement is a huge deal. And we saw Honor scare before and their teammate, and they were able to really make some impressive plays for game 2. So I'm excited to see how they're able to hold off in this area, if they're able to keep the peace for themselves.
Yeah, all the teams from the previous matches have caught some way or another, have met their elimination. So yeah, I think the goal is to see at least one of the teams that has won a victory royale maintain on top and continue to do or find the recipes to success. But what I'm excited about is seeing here Utopia City and seeing how these two, Neolodi and Butley, how they kind of handle the situation of rotations coming into their POI.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it earlier. If you're new, you know, 2 weeks ago with Fortnite, they made quite a bit of changes into the games. And, you know, just seeing the strategic implications that you're going to see if you're dominating early, you know, you go for the hero caches, you know, what tier is your hero going to be? You could see right here with Yanni and Ryan, you could see on the top left, they got that beer, the B going on for them. So maybe they're going to try to see if they can hold off, because it all does matter in the end. The games now have really kind of gone in favor and based off, you know, how your play style is. And Speaking of style, some season, we got Yaz and Dea making it look easy, but anything can happen in these situations. So although confidence is key, one thing is important to highlight is that, if you got a team like Dea and Yaz coming after you, you really need to stand your ground. And unfortunately, they were not able to. But you can see also they're already on that A side. They got that hero cachet, and that's all based, Cutie, on eliminations, assists, surviving late game placement, or how much damage is being dealt. So all of these things are kind of stacking up, not only just your ability to play in Fortnite.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. And especially seeing that they are consistently not going for farming materials. They are consistently going for eliminations, right? And how much they can stack up. I think that's the reason why we're seeing them on the leaderboard. They haven't got a victory royale yet, but they have secured a lot of top 10 placements as well as double-digit eliminations together as a squad. But usually around Storm 3 and 4, this is where players are kind of rotating to see where higher ground is and continuing to get that materials. Also, maybe even looking to level up their superhero power as well. With Andrea and Michaela, they seem to be a very spread out team as well. Oh, as I say that.
And
Okay,
also
there you
in
go,
the
Michaela.
open as well, too, Cutie Noob.
Yeah.
Kind of just, using the sprites to their advantage. But you see Les Loves and Abby Dior taking some shots. Trying to see where, in fact, that they're coming from is getting peppered through. Loses a lot of shield and HP. But is able to mini up and use the opportunity to big pot while they're here. They know that there's teams around here. You got Psycho over here. And Emperor just, finding the area and where they make those mistakes and where, if in fact they make the mistakes to edit. And there it is, taking quite a shot. 73 HP over here. They're able to mini up while their teammate is covering them. I mean, taking the chug, I don't know if this is the time. The edits need to be ready. You can see that they have their weapons coming out. They got that B tier cachet weapons. They're able to come through. They're going to make that rotation out of here. We see Labubu.
These are two top teams too.
Yeah, we got Labubu that's down. Gonna see if Dea and their team Yaz, they have 4 elims here. There it goes Gazy Nicole's team. Unfortunately, Labubu also goes down. Dea and Yaz just taking the opportunity to just kind of figure out if in fact, if it brings up the caliber, right? Because even though your season, I always feel like when I play Fortnite with like pros or just someone that's just better at building or anything, I have to step it up, right? I have to play even better. So I think a lot of these players are like, oh my God, okay, we know who's in this lobby. So we really, really need to step it up. But we got Lulu Ash over here and direct mistake. All right, got a little bit of a safe haven for now. Trying to assess the situation if in fact they want to be part of any of us third partying right here. And it's kind of maybe scoping out what's in front of them as they start their rotation now.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to just assess the situation rather than just directly get into this. But this is bound to be an open fight here as we see Zarika as well as Angela. I feel like this squad's always getting caught out in the open. Thankfully, this is a build fight, so you are able to build this safety net for yourselves. But with that, you're not only digging into your reserve of materials, but you're also forcing yourself to bunker down into an open field as well. So we do see a quick rotation happening here from Zarika and Avatar Korra.
Yeah, I think they just knew that there's just too many teams to contest, and while they have the sprites, the rotationals are happening here. And we've seen Eternity and Weezer Wonka kind of finding their spot. They don't have any limbs yet, but they also don't want to be caught in and be pinched in between these teams that are right here. So definitely, I'm sure a lot of calms to just kind of sit it out unless they do get contested. But right now, you know, they got enough mats to kind of hold them down and build something here that could maybe entice other teams to come. But you know, this is kind of that 360 of like, okay, let's figure out where we need to go while we're still in our safe little area. But no one's really pushing. Can, in fact, they maybe kind of edit and pepper some shots and, you know, some warning shots. But as you can see, this other team over here is kind of make their way through. And they're kind of peppering over here through this wall just to let them know, hey, if you come this way, we are gonna have to push you through. And nothing just yet. I mean, Eternity doesn't have full HP, right? They do have that gas that they could use, but that's not gonna be used just yet. So the spires have been activated. Will the rotation happen? Looks like it's gonna happen right now, but gosh, they're so exposed right here.
Just this is hard.
Yeah, it's tough to make those decisions, right?
Yeah, quick decisions. You have to go with it. I mean, this Dolo and Charles with Kile Cakes now buying time, waiting for the storm to come in. But with the storm coming in, it's going to be just that much more added pressure into this rotation because you see at least 5 squads right ahead of you. Not only that, but it seems like this is going to be a fight that is going to be fought. There's not going to be any leeway to get out. No safety rotation. Kile takes so much damage. Shield slowly going down. Their opponents want to get into the mix, and they do with that. Thankfully, we have the mobility item here and are able to get into the circle, but you're going straight into the hands of 3 other teammates.
Yeah, the power of the Raven here with this new item. They got that beer. They have a nice little loadout over here, but unfortunately now has to figure out how to get their teammate back up. You know, has the consumables, but you know, in fact, they're kind of pushed into this situation where they're just hanging here in the storm. And you know, in fact, do they make the push to get their teammate up in a safe area, or do they kind of watch while they have these consumables here? It's gonna take this chug here because we got 8 seconds left. 32 teams still left here in this game 3 that we have. Lots of teams still on the map, and you see Dea and Yaz just having a little hangout session. No, in hopes no one's, you know, they're just having a little party, you know, just keeping it simple with their little builds. Nothing, you know, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, you don't want to attract too much attention to yourself, especially at the edge of the circle, and knowing that there's so many teams right in front of you out in the open. I think this is, we were saying, oh yeah, we're out in the open the previous matches. I think this is bound to be the most in the open fight that we will see throughout this academy, and it's going to be how much mats do you have and how much editing and how much ammo do you also have in your back pocket. Because looking at this squad specifically, we have 190, 10 on the shotgun, but that's about it. Once you go into maybe 1 to 2 fights, your ammo's going to be collapsed. If you can't capitalize on that and get the ammo of your opponents, you're going to be in a very rough situation.
Yeah, it looks like they made the change up with some of the ammo, but if you can see there, they only have 124 builds also, so it's not a lot of mats to work with, so they need to be very conservative here. And if in fact they are gonna have to go through a build fight, they're gonna have to, you know, make some smart and quick decisions. We got less loves over here with Abby C. Dior, you know, just trying to keep the dream alive. They got 1 elimination, you know, not a lot of shield to work with, so they're gonna have to figure out if a big pot comes in the trade. But it looks like they're getting some shots thrown their way. Can they make this edit? Less putting on the pressure over here, not getting pushed just yet, but less, and they're feeling a little confident coming here. That's gonna go. If they're gonna get pushed, they're gonna do it now.
Yeah, they want to. Thankfully, the help of build here helping out a direct mistake and Lulu Ash. They have the build in their favor, but it keeps getting knocked. Pepper down. unable to take control of it fully here, Abby and Leslov. So instead, it's going to be the ultimate choice to go into the safety of the circle.
Yeah, the rotational, just to give them a little pressure, like, hey, you know what, if you're gonna push us and, you know, try to take our build down, we're just gonna push you and see if in fact you are able to contest. They didn't do it over here. They have enough mats to work with, but as you can see, not a lot of shield here. And as you can see, the teams are being now surrounded here. We got Ryan and Yanni. Still no limbs, trying to figure out a way if in fact they can take the opportunity to third party. Taking some shots, is able to connect right there. Will they push this build that they see? They see Weezer over here with their build, feeling so vulnerable, are able to take some shots. Weezer, and unfortunately goes down.
So, Pat, we have to take advantage. We have to kind of highlight the fact that this build at the moment is the main focus for most of the opponents. But the advantage for a lot of these other teams is going to be being around the perimeter and being able to see the full scope of the picture, which is where teams are positioned, what's the available shots that they could take, and based on their weaponry, there could be that long-range attack and numbers of eliminations. Kind of how we're seeing Angela and Grace are here.
Yeah, they got 2 limbs right here. They do have enough consumables to get him through, but you can see how everyone is getting pinched over here from this side. There's 360 rotational teams everywhere. I mean, 24 teams here left. 10 seconds left before this circle makes a move. They're gonna have to make a quick decision. They hear the footsteps from above. Make this quick eddy. Can they get lucky? They see a teammate. Don't take the shot. Do not want to take any opportunities. You got Chloe Ames over here taking a little peek to see if in fact this is the time. If in fact they can third party, is gonna sit while they take, you know, a little peek out through their little edit window, but nothing just yet. They're kind of hearing all the noise and, you know, controlled chaos around them, but is not going to make the move. They have one a limb, but you can see everyone on the edge. I want everyone to look at the bottom right, that map, how everyone's just on the edge right now of the storm. I mean, everyone's just kind of waiting right now, and there it is. Can these rotations, these are going to have to be some very smart rotations, because there's not, you can see everyone's loadout. Not everyone has the consumables to work with right now.
Yeah, difficult. Who's going to be the first to take the bait to go to the center of the circle with that neutral? And Rogosaurus now popping shots, trying to eliminate buildings, create some fall damage to their opponents. No one yet is been the target. Instead, we do see CC. Nugget goes down by these shot fires being thrown here from Saurus. The rotations are in. The builds need to come in, but Nerface is the one getting absolutely annihilated by this Spire rifle.
Wow, Rogan just couldn't even make a decision on who to shoot because everyone was making that rotation, but is able to capitalize on so many people here that are not taking awareness from their high ground. With now 3 eliminations here, Rogo and Neutrality just making that rotation, saying, okay, let's Spire out of here, find this sweet spot. We got some limbs now, and maybe in fact this could be that little confidence needed to go to their next build fight. But you can see here, the pressure was, you know, given if in fact they waited, and it was just perfect timing over here.
Yeah, and it's taking a page out of game number 1, right? That height advantage, but also making sure that you are rotating quickly, or at least as soon as you see the circle, and find a breather in the fire. Because in the fire, there is a second where everyone has to reload because they're doing so much output damage. There's so many bodies. I mean, look at that. That was 5 different opponents just rotating over to the circle. And now here we have Crashly stuck in a very tough situation. Sees an opponent, needs to get the damage. Instead, it gets blocked from above and goes down. The rest of the squads are just rotating with it. Do they have the right number of material to be able to keep on fighting and keep rotating out into this open? Because if you fall, you're going to fall right into water. Mobility is going to be low, and it's going to be a very difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, you can see Rogo and and neutrality, just being like, all right, can we sit here and take this high ground? We haven't been contested just yet. They've been able to actually use the mobility and the high mat count that they have to keep this high ground, but no one has yet contested them. So can, in fact, they take the opportunity to third party to some of the teams? Like you said, you don't want to land in the water and make that mobility be your enemy, but you can see the rotations are starting to happen. You got Day over here, doesn't have full. It's gonna take that Chug Jug to their advantage. See the coverage that they have from Yaz, just keeping that 360. Has this opening right here, though. Has to be really, really careful while we got Rin and Yanni trying to find an opening. Can they find an edit, an opportunity to find a team what's above? No one just yet. They got to be really careful while they edit through this side right here from this mountain. Will they make that swing around? Looks like they're going to just sit pretty until they can find that time to rotate. And as you can see, Cutie Noob, this circle is just moving back to the water. It's just making it so difficult. We got 7 teams left over here.
I can't even believe we only have 7. I mean, I can't believe that it's 7 teams. There's so much room to not only get eliminated by the storm, but also to be found out by your opponents. The rotations, they do take quite a second, and especially with the amount of damage that's just tossed everywhere. Rorosaur is a team that we believe had such great positioning, now forced to also rotate over while encountering 2 to 3 opponents. It's going to be Yas and Yanni, the 2 players who now have safety for the time being.
As you can see, most of these teams took the Chug Jugs now. This is not a time to be holding these consumables, as now 6 teams are left. This circle is moving, and you know, we got the power of the Sabrina Carpenters making sure that each of them can have the consumables needed, because it is game 3. We need to make executive decisions here. They got that high ground. They're able to move. You see that teamwork that they have. They're able to trade off some of these consumables, but it's able to take some shots. Will they spiral out of there, find an area, but they're kind of boxing themselves in. They heard and saw that team, said not right now. See if we can actually use this placement. They got a lot of points here. This is the team right now to highlight, because if in fact they are able to win this battle royale with the eliminations that they have, this would be an incredible game 3 for them.
Oh, but mobility coming in hand for Dea as Rorosaurus goes down, and how the tides have turned. Once upon a time, they had the high ground, but now it's Dea versus the other top #1 team. It's Natalie goes down, and there goes Panda. Dea and Ayaz have secured a victory royale.
I mean, Cutie Noob, the veteran said, you know what? I think we're going to take game 3. We're going to show off a little bit. But if in fact, you know, we look at this, we see kind of that pressure. It was like building as towards the water. And it's like one of those things, as you know, if you know that that's going to happen, you need to make sure each of you have the consumables needed and the mats needed to build your way out of there. So it was just so great to see not only seasoned veterans, but, you know, put the pressure on, because they're like, man, we haven't won a battle royale. But now that they did, you know, I'm sure they're going to be feeling really good. But we are going to take a quick short break. So if you're just tuning in, don't go anywhere, because we got some more Fortnite, some Milk Cup Academy coming your way.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to the Milk Cup Academy. And oh my gosh, that game was terrifying. I was on the edge of my seat. We ended up in the water. I said, please, in-game cannot be in the water right now. That is terrifying. But we started to make our way back to civilization. So that was fun. But we had Dea and Yaz take the win for that beautiful game 3. And we saw a really good fight towards the end. Honestly, Panda and Nat, they were holding it down. They had the high ground for a while. Then, you know, things just happen. That's how Fortnite is. That's how Battle Royale is. You never know what to expect. But those games were great. I am sipping on my milk. Ladies, do you still have your milk? Is it still cold? Okay, good.
Semi-cold.
Remember, semi-cold. Okay, we need to re-up after the next break.
I'm gonna give it a re-up. Some ice.
But yeah, we're looking at some highlights here. Can we talk a little bit more about what y'all saw in Game 3?
I mean, you know, I think when we look at this Game 3, you know, we have to give the flowers to this season pro players. You know, being here, I think, elevates everyone here at the Milk Cup Academy, because it gives an opportunity not only to go against a pro, but also, you know, it enhances your performance as well, right? Because it's just naturally, by default, that's just what happens in a competitive shooter. So I loved that we got to see the pros go out and obviously win, but we have some great highlights. And like, you know, Miss Ash, you said the water being the foe of Game 3. When I saw that circle go through, I was like, oh my goodness, I don't know about this rotational pull right here. I don't know, but yes, we ended up back on land at some point, so that was nice.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You felt the fear. Okay, we felt the fear, but I feel like the players were like, oh, Blaze. Like, I could only imagine what those comms were sounding like. But obviously, we have some very experienced players. One of the teams that I felt so terrible for was, let's see if I can find him here, Nutri, Dactyle, and Rogosaurus. I was like, oh, they had such perfect position for most of that ending circle. And then it just comes down to one simple rotation that everything can crumble. So kudos to you, Miss Ash. You mentioned the fact that you have to be versatile and quick to make choices, but I think that's exactly what happened there. Is some of the choices that were made just kind of didn't go in their favor, and it made it that much difficult, and it allowed for Yaz and Dea to end up on top.
Yeah, you know, one thing now that we've gotten our leaderboard, ladies, I would like to highlight our first and second place. Obviously, you know, Yaz and Dea being seasonal, but Yanni and Ryan equaling up with 170 points, you know, kind of saying, you know, we're in this as well. You know, it's a very close leaderboard. And you know, I did talk about Game 3 kind of being the pinnacle of how this all might change, and we did see some incredible plays by some of the other players today, and I feel like we got to give those flowers to so many other people, and I love that we were able to get these replays, so shout out to production for that, as we're able to see that. But I mean, you can see here, there's not, you know, from first to second, you know, and then we got our third to sixth place. There's still kind of a lot of wiggle room here as we go into Game 4. But you know, Evie, I can't wait to see what's in store for Game 4.
I'm ready for it, but obviously we're not there yet. Miss Ash, is there any players that you were like, besides obviously the current ones that we have on our leaderboard, anyone else that you were like, yes, I want to see more of, or they have the potential, but they just need to do a couple of different things?
Yeah, I will say, I'm going to talk about one player in particular, Hannah. I actually played in a tournament with Hannah last year, and her brain is just entire solar system. Like, she is so smart, and she is a quick thinker. Again, that's what you have to be when you play Fortnite. You got to be quick on your feet. She is killing it, and I love to see Black women in Fortnite and all marginalized groups. We love that. And it's always great to see Vanessa. Also got to play with her before. And we're seeing, again, so many new players come in. Crashly was doing amazing. We got Nut1G, just awesome talent across the board. you see these ladies going full throttle in these games. Again, this is not Academy at this point. They know what they're doing, but we do invite, of course, seasoned players and new players to the Milk Cup Academy. This is the space to learn. We want to have that balance with those conditioned players, because how else will you learn? You have to learn alongside the GOATs. So it's awesome to see this come all together. I love it. Are there any players that you are keeping an eye on?
I'm looking at Pal.
Oh man, there is a few. Looking at the leaderboard, I mean, we see back with Panda and Kutsan kind of climbing back from a deficit, and now they're back in third. So I think that's important to highlight, because I think when you got your back against the wall and you're like, we had a win, what do we need to change to get ourselves that momentum to push forward? I think they did exactly what they needed to do. And one thing that you mentioned with the Milk Academy, I think as a player, having something like this, you also have a safe place to do it, right? Because I think those mentals going in, it can be really intimidating if you are playing with seasoned players, but when you feel safe enough to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it, I'll have fun, and maybe I'll just turn into a god, and if it does happen, amazing, everyone gets a good show. And I think that's what we're seeing here today. So that's really fun that we've been able to highlight. So I'm glad that that's happening for these ladies.
Yeah, once again, I just want to touch on it being a safe space, because I've been in these discords with these ladies during these tournaments. They're so positive and encouraging. They're like, hey, do you ever want to scrim outside of this tournament? We can play, we can teach and learn from one another. And I love that space. I love that energy. That is exactly what we need in esports, especially for Fortnite. So thank you so much, ladies, for chatting with me. I will see you after game 4. We're on game 4, right?
Yes.
I'm losing track of time.
We're not there yet, Miss Ash.
Okay,
not
okay.
You're
Slow
making
down,
me sweat
Ash.
over here. I'm supposed to be so sweaty.
Well, we are going to go on over to game 4, and I'm going to throw it to my amazing casters. I will see you after. Drink your milk, okay?
We got it. I'm sipping. You yap, I sip.
Cute noob, I'm gonna sip with you. Let's sip it up.
Oh, okay. Everybody just raise your cup and sip it up here.
Let's cheers for the ladies. They are playing like absolute units. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us today, we are playing. It is game 4 here. This is, are you gonna need milk? It is the Milk Cup Academy, and we are scrimming. It's, it's a lot, right? Because game 4 is now here. We're kind of inching our way towards the end of this tournament. This is kind of where the top 5, I feel, are kind of really need to make the moves. They need to think outside the box strategically, and there has to be areas of POI that need to go in their favor. And we've talked about what matters in this competitive ways, and some things that I want to highlight here, Cute Noob, is why it matters. Drops, spot selections in POI can define an early game, the loot quality, your enemy congestion, and also the meta of the POIs has changed with the hero cache, the mythic drops. Are you going to determine how your hero is gonna have potential in this matchup, tournament, and season? And map control, we've seen it before, some in the favor of others. Our last map was like half in the water most of the time, and it towards the end, and so it made things a lot trickier. But now it's kind of it's a new game. Will in fact it go in favor of some new names. I know we've got to highlight a lot of new people today, and it's just been so exciting, Cute Noob.
Yeah, all these names, all these top victory royales, we've seen seasoned, we've seen new names and new forms, new utility usage, new weapons. I think this is overall very educational, especially for the rest of the meta of what the rest of this season is going to look like for the competitive scene as well, right? You can take a couple of strats that players are doing here. Like, for example, we're seeing a little bit of swapperooing of weapons. One of those weapons being the highlight, which is the Spire Gauntlet, I believe it's called, which is this AR that essentially does extra damage to buildings. And because we are in a building format tournament, it's a must-have in your inventory because you're gonna have to be eliminating some of this buildings that your opponents are gonna put in front of you to try to block some of that damage. So obviously there's gonna be things that we're gonna see that are gonna be tried out that maybe are not gonna go their way, but definitely some that are gonna stick and potentially set the meta up for what's to come for this season in Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about like hero ranks, and you can see over here kind of being a little sneaky, knowing that there was a team just, you know, as they were pushing up through. Will this be, you know, in the favor of Midnight and Liana, making sure if in fact they are gonna push and see if they can get this building's high ground over here. And you've talked about certain weapons here that will be the big difference, you know, performance incentive, and also just the snowball mechanics that kind of, you know, start kind of happening as you get these consumables. And takes a big shot from the back. 43 HP. Can their teammate Midnight goes down. Liana taking some shots, and unfortunately that team has been eliminated. You got Broke, XO, and Aquamarina. Words are hard for game 4, but my goodness, as you can see, you know, we have, you know, that's a little peek over here from this third party over here. We got Blasny and Nerface, you know, saying, all right, I don't think we need to do that just yet. Let's find this rotation now and maybe find some more mats, because they only have 93 right now, so they definitely need to get cranking on that.
Yeah, choices. Every new choice is going to come out to a new opportunity, and especially this being game 4. This is a team that we have seen here and there, but not quite seen them at their optimal format. Right? Yeah. So to be able to kind of rely on that late game is maybe something that we're going to see them come and kind of work towards. But this 2 teams, Wonka and Eternity, are a team that we have kept an eye on. They're constantly getting third-partied. I don't know if that's the position that they set themselves to be in, but that is something that we have seen them fall prey to time and time again.
Yeah, it seems kind of a rhythm that unfortunately they are, you know, not in favor of. So can they change it up here for game 4? And, you know, not a lot to work with. You know, it is still pretty early. There's still 38 teams here trying to make their way through game 4. You know, and if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Milk Academy. I'm here with Cute Noob, and we are having a great time seeing the change-ups, the complete meta change that we just had. I mean, it's really interesting, the adaptability, how these players are working with, because it's not easy, right? You know, you get these curveball, all these new things, and some things that are familiar, but what I like to see is, in fact, when how fast the meta shift can be. And we did talk about this Rogosaurus and Neutral team earlier, and saw some great plays from them.
Yeah, they had number 1 good map awareness and good rotation awareness, but they also had a good usage of material. So that's a team that I'm like, yeah, you can potentially be at the end, and you can definitely get into this top 5 result of our leaderboard if they play their cards right. The problem was, it was just one really quick decision of dropping down into a build where they were then caught off guard by opponents. But this is a team that I have not seen, and we have to highlight, because the amount of mobility that happened here, going straight into a shotgun to the face of Gazing Nicole here, allows them to remain alive with their teammate being just a few shots away from being knocked down.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the confidence come in as they were able to take that team out and secure some limbs. Danzy and Sep being like, you know, let's just kind of ride on this edge of the storm. And we're highlighting the islands here. We got a team, you know, just kind of taking the opportunity. You know, we got Amma and Pandamit. Now, trying to make sure that, you know, if there's going to be other teams to be contesting, it looks like other teams are contesting. Get some of the items that they're going to be able to get in the mythic weapon, the spire and the medallions. Nice little consumable items that really change the strategic play. But, you know, it's kind of that high risk, high reward. You know, if there is a team, you're going to, you know, take some of these opportunities. Now is the time to do it because, you know, you still got some time in 37 you know, teams left, and we still got a lot to work with, but in a few seconds things are gonna have to change for some teams that are close to that edge right there.
Our good friends Dea and Yaz. Always looking for some trouble. This is a really fun team to spectate, not only because they're constantly on the go. They never settle for POI. They're constantly just looking really for opponents and how to take on fights. And I think that's something to be learned for if you are a up-and-coming player or you just want to pick up some skills and strats. It's to always be on the lookout for potential opportunities to collapse on or to take advantage of. I think this is one of the opportunities that you could take.
Yes, the POIs, the brutal box cards, if they're able to grab these consumables here, you know, will it be, in fact, I mean, no other teams are yet to contest. There is a team close by, so they probably can hear the activation. But, you know, they're in fact gonna, you know, they have the not too much ammo to work with, so they're gonna have to come in. And, you know, you do take a lot of damage, yes, to quite a bit. Oh my goodness, they are getting surrounded. This might be a situation where they're gonna have to dip out of here, but it looks like they've committed. No team, you know, I mean, that's one of those things, like, you just never know if, like, the AI is just gonna act up on you. But they got the consumables needed. There's some of the weapons and all the chug jugs, because in late game, those definitely come in handy. And Dea and Yaz, they were our game 3 winners. And the fun thing is to see, you know, some of the new things happening in this, you know, update.
Yeah, the map, the new stuff that you can interact with. I want to ask you, do you know exactly which unstable weapon or which unstable shotgun that was?
The unstable, are you, okay, yes. I have a list. Let me pull it up.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I just noticed it and I was like, yes, that's finally, we get to see it because I haven't seen anyone.
Still, there's quite a bit of weapon changes. So we have the standard range weapons that we've seen, but the brand new ones that we haven't, the unstable ones that you are talking about are the I have so many notes because there's so many things. Is the Yoink shotgun, the voltage burst pistol, and the Frostfire shotgun. So the Frostfire shotgun does this crazy slow target. It slows you down and it gives you this like pepper effect, whereas the voltage burst pistol does this shockwave, and the Yoink shotgun pulls enemies. So, you know, fun little opportunities to make some plays happen. But we see Abby, see Dior, and Les Loves kind of, you know, boxing themselves in. They got some teams from high above, and over here we got lots of movement from these teams. We got good old Rogosaurus and Neutrality just getting pressured from above.
Yeah, two teams that we actually adore too. This is a bummer to see. In a way of, I wanted to see them a little bit more in late game. If someone goes down, I will be a little sad because these two teams, they are very mobile. They are very committed to their positions and are really good at attacking points, right? So this is going to be a battle of two titans. Who's going to come out on top as Rogosaurus finds the safety of some builds as their teammate is trying also to find a connection point to Labubu and Smiley. But also Ashley and Direct Mistake. Those are two big names as well added into this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they have the consumables, but have to be a little conservative if they're gonna push these team. It looks like they're gonna kind of make the rotation now while they are in that middle of that team fight, because sometimes it's better, you know, to rotate early, knowing that, hey, you know what, this is game 4. We really can't mess around. We need to be you know, strategic on our placement. So something to highlight here, we got Simone, and we have Lululu, and you know what's great? I can tell that they're having fun because they're boxed in. I'd be boxed in too, because I'm like, okay, there's a team right here. Maybe they'll come after us and we can bait them in, and you know, just having some fun. But yes, this high ground. Some new areas here. Nice little aerial shot. We got Abby C. Dior and Les Loves. Gonna make this probably drop into Crime City. See if in fact they can take advantage here also of the hero stack caches. You know, because now is the time to do it, right? Maybe the 36 people still left on the map. You got to take an opportunity to build up your supers, because that's the name of this update. If you're just tuning in, lots of changes here in Fortnite, and the adaptability that we've seen throughout today's Milk Cup Academy has been so impressive. It's just great to see a lot of these players. You know, I'm getting a lot of tips for myself, and it's just the Milk Cup Academy, you know. It's just so fun to watch. So I'm very excited for these ladies and the future that they decide. Oh, you can hear that DMR, you know. You know, some of these weapons too, I feel like some of these players, you know, I don't feel very confident hanging here in the storm. Cute Noom, I don't know. I'll find some,
there's a little bit for
rotation.
everybody. For sure. You know, whether you're close range, I mean, you were asking me what type of gamer are you? I'm like, dude, I'm close and full guns blazing into action. Is it a good thing? I don't know, but I do it, and I do it confidently. But most of the time, my teammates are like, dude, you're going just to die. And I'm like, damn, all right.
You're a fragger.
Anyways,
You're a spicy fragger. I mean, I get it. I get it. I get it. I mean, here's the thing. There's just different types of play styles in Fortnite. And since, you know, Fortnite has just changed so much. I mean, they just, you know, had their incredible Star Wars event. If you were there for that, I'm sure you had so much fun. And I mean, the copyrights that they have is incredible, and I think every time we see something new with Fortnite, it kind of lights something, and I'm sure a lot of these players, you know, it keeps it fresh and new. And you know, you got Dea over here, she's just dancing, she's having a good time. There's a difference, right? The showmanship that these pro players often have is, yes, they have fun and they realize, like, I can't believe this is my life. I get to play video games for a living. I'm having a good time. I'm with my bestie. It's Sunday. We're trying to, you know, put some serotonin out in the world, and that's just really great to see here on the Milk Academy.
I'm crying just a little bit because that was so sweet and so wholesome, and I think that's exactly what we need right now. Besides, obviously, getting some eliminations and these players placing in top 10. At least that's the ideal situation here. This has been the I feel like we're right on par with the rest of the games. We have 35 teams remaining. That's not even half. We're a little bit over half. Well, it's like see, I'm not gonna math, so I'm just gonna say over half at this point. I'm still trying to battle it out.
Lots of teams in the storm as well, and you can see they're inching their way towards the edge right there, but they're gonna be caught with some teams that know that they're gonna be coming out of there with a lot of damage. Possibly, we have yet to see what consumables they'll have to recover from, but you know, if in fact here, if Manny is able to take this opportunity with their teammate Khalifa, they have one elim to their name, and here are they able to see if this team can outbuild their way out of there. But they are right on the edge. Can they have the mads to just keep them? And unfortunately, they do not. And together they work to, you know, get another elim over there for themselves.
Oh, Lulu Ash goes down. Not yet eliminated by Melanie, but very, very close to being it. Yes, Honor secures that. This leaves a direct mistake to be the only member from that squad still available, looking to secure some more placements or at least eliminations to get them scooting up that leaderboard. But that's good news here for this squad of Honor and Melanie, who were fighting really, really hard and were actually successful that game number 2. So they are contenders to that top 3-4 spot. I mean,
Yes.
top 1 through 3 spot.
Yeah, we have lots of contenders. I mean, the points right now, there's, you know, a nice little stretch here. If we were to look at some of the top 3, right? There is a big difference of jumps of points, but you know, everyone here is really trying to set the pace for placement, and something that we've seen very, you know, throughout all these games is how well they're able to commit, and committing here, Dea, knowing that the pressure is coming through from a team, and takes a shot, and Dea, lots of damage to their name. Yaz has to come in for the recovery on that high ground while Dea takes the chug. This is an opportunity for a Titan to go down. Will they go down today? They're gonna try to do everything possible as the recovery happens. Can they recover from this? Yaz doing their best to edit their way out of there and find the opportunity for their teammate to catch up. They also have chug jugs here in the way, but there's lots of pressure coming from each and other side. I mean, they're completely surrounded. Can the pressure be enough, though? We can see an aerial shot of all the teams coming here, but those were our last game winners, so it needs to be kind of one of those situations. Will you pressure this Titan? You're gonna have to be able to put it. I mean, they got lucky because they had those chug jugs, you know, from earlier from that POI to help them recover.
Yeah, Wonka now goes into the vicinity of an opponent nearby, looking to potentially get close. Labubu right below them, underneath their tail. They go straight into the arms of fire. Wonka now also doing what Dea and Yaz had to do, which is protect their vicinities, build the walls, and take on some of their consumables. And you stated this, Pao, it's important to make sure that you have the consumables for the end game, because damage is going to come from everywhere.
Speaking of endgame, 25 seconds on the clock. We have 26 teams now left, and it's going to be a situation of minimal mistakes. It is game 4 now, Cute Noob. So lots of situations here where, you know, you saw the recovery from Yaz and Dea. Yes, they are seasonal, but so much can change in a heartbeat, and you just saw it right there. They almost took down the Titans of last game and probably this lobby, but really, in fact, anything can happen. So it just shows you that the Milk Academy has some strong contenders coming through. You know, although this might be fun for a lot of them, they're just having a good time, just having great clips for the rest of, you know, the week. They're like, man, we're gonna make some fun content out of this, because those were some great plays. Like I said, it's really going to be based off minimal mistakes. And as we're here at game 4, we've seen a Rogosaurus and Neutral kind of be kind of like the dark horse, you know, in this match and throughout this tournament. And it's been really fun to see some of these new names pop up.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous here because we're seeing a little bit of deja vu from that previous game where these two players had that high ground advantage and they were able to maintain it for a long portion of the end circle. But what ended up happening was in the least of it, they ended up falling into low ground and falling victim to Dea and Yaz. So hopefully we're working towards not being the case and collecting a lot of eliminations on the way of safety to the following circle.
Yeah, as you can see, they're on that A-tier rank system. So it's kind of high up there, rewarding based off. They got one limb here from Rogosaurus, kind of doing what they did before, kind of seeing who in fact is kind of, you know, rotating and not watching their surroundings, and can they capitalize from those situations. And you got XPS, Ama, and Summit, you know, also kind of trying to find their placement. But, you know, they're going to take this high ground. Neutral and Rosaurus feeling pretty confident up here. They were able to do this last game as well, Cute Noob, with that high ground, with no one contesting them. So even in fact someone does contest them, that would be it. But like, you can see the rotation starting to happen.
Oh, Belicita goes down. CC Nugget also goes down. That's another squad that we have been keeping an eye on. Labubu and Smiley still in contention for these top 10 or at least top 5 placement. That's a team that we were also like, okay, they have what it takes. They know the game. They know exactly how they want to run things. It's just about finding the perfect timing. Can they maintain it? As we see another team rotating into the circle, trying to run away from the storm and danger from every other team.
Yeah, it's just the shots coming from above. I'm surprised that no one is just taking the opportunity to take them down from this high ground. They are just making it just impossible for these teams to rotate through and find safety. But you know, this is kind of where it's all and where it all matters, Cute Noob, because there's only 16 teams left here in game 4, so there's not much, but you can see some of these early rotations coming through. And if in fact, as the circle's starting to move, who is going to make the minimal decisions of how in fact they can get there the fastest with minimal mistakes?
Yeah, Yanni and Rin are low ground base, have the comfort of builds around them. They have already made themselves settled into the circle, but still high ground in Dactyle's control, able to pop shots, destroy buildings with that weapon, which, by the way, does extra damage to the build. Now they're searching for Honor Scares, who was the victorious team the last round. They don't connect any shots whatsoever, but still so much damage. These teams haven't had a break to heal, so you see so many of these team members being at least half health going into the final seconds of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of changes here that could happen, but man, the pressure that, you know, Neutral and Rogosaurus are putting on this team and also this matchup, can they be the team to win game 4? We've been really kind of highlighting them here and there, but we also have Panda and we have Kitsune. They're also were game 2 winners. I mean, it could really be anyone's matchup. We have so many incredible players that we've seen throughout the day, and it's just really a matter of seconds now as this rotation, 17 just teams left here with, in fact, minimal mistakes must happen. And here are the consumables that are gonna happen.
Yeah, it's down to the last circle. The circle's going to continue moving through. We did see the loss of Labubu and their teammate. Ama also taking down some more names. We're down to 3 teams. It's going to be high ground versus low ground here, pal.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like no one has contested neutrality, and Rogosaurus, they've been able to just kind of work their way from above and just pepper their way through. I mean, if this works in their favor, this could be a huge win for them. We got Kitsune, Natalie, and Panda with lots of limbs, and also, you know, they've had a battle royale to their name. We got 3 teams left. And in fact, this be it. Oh, here's the damage from underneath. They're going down. They're trying to build with everything they got, keeping their steady pace on that high ground. And as you can see, yeah, the team is just making their way through. They're going to make that kind rotation. And can they be the pressures coming through? The 1v1, and there you have it. Our team, Kitsune, Natalie, and Panda once again showing what they got for that victory royale.
Okay. I am... I don't know, man. Am I... words? I know I'm supposed to be a yapper, but what the Fruit Loops just happened? Like, what happened there? I have no idea. All I know is Neutral Dactyl and Rosaurus, they had it. It was within their grasp once again. And it just the slightest little decision, because it wasn't even a mistake. that was no mistake. They did everything to the T, but when the dust settled, it was in the hands of Natalie and that pump or the shotgun that came in and secured that victory. So I loved it. I can't be any more happier about this Sunday and about this Fortnite and about this academy.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible game for her, but, you know, I think I need to regroup my thoughts after that, because that was 100% textbook stuff that we saw, but also just, you know, confidence. So let's regroup here, but we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, gamers. Welcome back to the Milk Cup Academy. I am still drinking my milk. I actually got some more and I chugged it halfway through. So I still got some more left. Ladies, can we do a milk check? How we looking? How we looking?
I'm low. I need chat to pour some more.
I need ice. I need ice.
You need ice, we need more milk. And once again, milk gives you all the benefits that you need, especially if you're a gamer that stays indoors. But hey, take some time outside. Go get some natural vitamin D every now and then, but definitely drink some milk to get all those beautiful benefits. But ladies, game 4. What happened? There was so much going on. Please give me more details for those that may have missed the previous game.
I mean, I think one thing is to remember, if you're just joining us, you know, we said, you know, the Milk Academy, but we didn't say we were not going to give you a show. So it's been quite eventful here, seeing new names, just familiar faces, but also just really seeing the adaptability of how quick some of these players are able to do while these updates are pretty fresh still for a lot of us, for most of us in the world. But I would say I'm very impressed by our game 4. I will say, you know, we were rooting for the dark horse. I know, you know, Cute Noob and I were like, okay, could this happen? Is this the time? But it was, you know, those minimal decisions to, you know, kind of finding opportunities where, you know, everything can go right and you can do everything, have every weapon, but sometimes if you can't win those gunfights, it's, you know, it could be detrimental. And we saw this high ground, you know, it was literally to the last second, and it just came down to just not able to connect. I mean, you know, those minimal shots that if you don't connect perfectly with them, it could just be, you know, GG's for you and your teammate. But as you can see, we got the leaderboard, ladies.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, has it changed? Right? It's been so number one, I think we all know the Yaz and Dea going down to third is interesting. But I feel like 1 through 4th place could be just this last game being the biggest difference with placement and eliminations, because they're so close. I mean, 1st place and 2nd place is just 9 points away. 1st place and 3rd place is only about, give or take, 10 points away, right? So, or 11 points to be specific. But I think it's still within range where this last one is going to matter the most. And if you're like me and always want to be 1st place and want to be the best at everything, then it matters, right? Like you, especially in this academy, I think maybe not, actually I shouldn't say especially in this academy, but I think like this is a good point to learn and also adapt. So that could also be what Jasmine and Dea are trying to do here. So I don't want to make it all about like winning and all about placements, but I think that it is important to showcase new strategies and then what you got as well. And they have that name to back them up, so I feel like there's extra expectation on them.
Yeah, the expectation is definitely high when you're a familiar seasonal Fortnite competitor, and you know these scrims and tournaments are, you know, that there's something that you do very often, whereas some, you know, this is their first experience going into a high production, high event, being invited to this, you know, maybe the expectation that you had was not everything, but how much that you've learned from, you know, coming through the Milk Cup Academy is astronomical, because it totally changes your whole perspective of what in fact could be the future, if it's in fact something that you want to do. And we've talked about it throughout the tournament today. You know, the Milk Cup Academy has really given a platform for most of these players to feel safe and to be, you know, introduced to competitive Fortnite in a way that I think is just so strategic and also just a lot of fun. Because if you're, you know, if this is just the academy, guys, can you imagine what's in store in the future for some of these players, whether they just want to make content or they just want to go pro or they just want to have just fun with their friends. It's, you know, the world is their oyster, and I just think it's so fun to see. And I can't believe it's going to game 5, and it's like the time is just like just zooming by. So it's just been a lot of fun with you ladies, I just have to say. It's a lot of fun.
I mean, yeah, time is flying by. I'm like, wait, what time is it? Oh, we're on game 5 already? We got here so fast. But yes, again, the Milk Cup Academy, this is a program for women to level up their skills and to learn from one another. It is awesome to see this all play out. And once again, so honored to see this and be able to be here with you all and my amazing casters. Once again, I have to give them their flowers because they are killing it tonight. So thank you so much for the entertainment. And again, you get to build your confidence with these tournaments. Like, these women, they get to walk in there like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I got this. Place top 15. I got this. And then we're going to do even better for the next scrim. It just gives them the opportunity to improve wants to get in a safe space. And I love this energy so much. I'm so grateful that we have the Milk Cup. And I just want to give a special shout out to our supporters. We have Peach Cobbler, of course. We have Radiant GG and Moonrock and Gun and Milk. Thank you so much. And I never realized how important milk was in your diet, but I'm learning a lot today. I'm like, okay, I need vitamin D. I need some more zinc in my life. Shout out to milk. And however you enjoy your milk, that's okay. Okay? Strawberry, chocolate, banana, peanut butter milk. Still tell us in chat your concoctions that you have for your milk. If it's in a shake form or just regular iced milk form, tell us more in chat. But ladies, how are we feeling so far? Are we excited for game 4? 5?
I am nervous because it's just been it's been like building up. There hasn't been a pause. There hasn't been a moment where it's like,
no,
okay, like, you know, it's okay. It's been fight after fight or like an insane ending. So I just feel like it's weird for me to say I don't think that last could be top, but I know that it's going to be top. So I just think that it's going to get better. And you even said it, like the academies to come. This is setting the bar for this academy, and the academy is just going to get crazier and crazier. And I hope that you all join it because it's going to be insane. And I'm sure as we build it more, there's going to be so much more new talent that you could compare to and take some lessons from. What about you, pal?
I can't believe we're going to game 5 already. I'm so impressed by so many of these ladies. I definitely feel if you're supporting any of them, you know, give them some energy for their game 5, regardless where they're placing, because we are about to get into game 5. Ash, we're going to bid you farewell, but we're going to see you really, really soon because the ladies are dropping in. Game 5 is about to start. Cute Noob, are you ready for this?
I'm buckling my seatbelt. Let's go.
Buckle up, baby, because game 5 is here. The battle bus is on its way and the ladies are ready to drop in. We've seen so many highlights with so many incredible players here at the Milk Cup Academy. Make sure you are following not only the ladies but everyone on socials here that is participating, because this is like a great opportunity to kind of see like a mini draft of the future, right? Where these ladies are just kind of tapping into this competitive game scene, whether or not they want to go pro or they want to just have fun. It's just a great way to follow someone's career because, you know, it is really setting so much tone for the Milk Cup Academy, and we've seen such incredible plays by seasonal new names. And those were the revolvers that I wanted to see, and no one has yet picked them up. Yeah, I feel like, you know what, it's funny, I honestly feel like, you know, the comfort of having your short range weapons, your shotguns, is just like comfort zone. So you know, they're definitely gonna take the area and, you know, just take an opportunity to take as many mats as possible because it is game 5. Cute Noob. Right.
Yeah, this is the ending. This is the cherry on top if you're already in number 1. But this is, if you're not in number 1, you're looking to contest. You're looking to really fight it out, right? And do we expect anything less from any of these players? No. At the end of the day, this is a competitive game, so there is that edge to it where you want to do good and be better. So that is exactly what all these ladies are aiming out to do. And they are taking advantage of some of the boss fight from the resistance base. I hear it gives you really, really good loot.
Yeah, we saw it on our last map. That's where they, Dea and their teammates were able to get some of those chug jugs throughout the way. And Ryan and Yanni being the number 1 team right now on the leaderboards, this is kind of those consumables that are just going to be extremely crucial at the end game, because in fact, we just don't know where this end game is going to lead. But, you know, Yanni and Ryan just making sure that they secure it because it's still kind of early. Yes, the AI could be a little spicy. You know, just got to make sure you lock everything in. But as it rains, the magical chug jugs, the mythic weapons, the things that make you feel good going into an end game, cute noob.
Yeah, I want to see that shotgun come into action because I haven't been able to. I've seen it. They've teased it every single time. It's like, look, I have the new one. But I'm like, which one is it? Is it the yoink one? Is it the freeze one? Is it the, like, I need to know, please. So spectators, if you're out there in the universe, if we can go back once it's being used, that would be great. But otherwise, of course, action already starting here. Belacita and CC Nugget, a team that I feel like they are pretty aggressive. They have consistently gotten into fights. They have consistently tried to assert their dominance, and they have consistently been successful, but sometimes they have not. So that's a team that I think also has a huge potential to do great throughout this academy in the future, and even now here, summoning up this game number 5.
Yeah, we see Natalie and Thames, find an opportunity here. They're just doing what they're gonna do best, and that is collect as many mats as possible. And kind of seeing an overview here of Weezer, Wonka, and Eternity. We've seen them play quite aggressively throughout this tournament today, which has been a lot of fun when, in fact, they've been getting pushed so many times. We've seen them having to, like, fight for their lives every time. It's been really entertaining to see how they get out of these quarrels, and it's just, it's fun because in a ways, I feel like I'm learning a lot. But there, you see this high ground getting picked up and took a lot of damage from that one hit. Can they recover here from this high ground? They do have the consumables, the sprites to rotate, but I feel like they're just gonna, take the opportunity to, if in fact they're gonna be contested, they're gonna be like, you know what, we really need to go for it right now because we need to get some limbs here and get on this point system. But you see that sprite coming out. They are gonna possibly make that rotation while they're on this edge of the storm over here.
Wow. Okay. Well, we've seen quite a few storm fights. I guess it's more towards the early storms, right, where they don't cause as much damage as the later ones. But the fact that some of these teams are willing to engage into these fights just lets me know kind of how confident they feel about either ending fights or about the timing of what it is to get into some of these altercations.
Yeah, you can see over here from Maddie and Kitsusawi getting pressure from that high ground over here. They're gonna try to, worm their way through this building over here. Can they find a lucky shot? But if in fact they do, you see they're not able to contest. You get Smile just taking them down and putting those 2 limbs there. But you can see that third party. Woo! Not gonna happen today. See Kitsune and their teammates just trying their best to, that pressure is one of those things you got to be very. We got here our last game winner over here, and Natalie and Panda just kind of finding an area while we're in Canyon Crossing. Able to make the rotation. They are going to put the pressure on this team. Can they connect a shot? Unfortunately, does not. This high ground. Kitsune, Natalie taking some shots. See if they can recover, but Noah's going to take the opportunity to see if they can find an opening over here. And is unfortunately no shield now with 81 HP. This is going against one of the Titans. They're going to do a small beat right here. In fact, to get some of that shield back up.
Got their sprite as well, and just to mention, there is a third party also being added to this mix, coming in as well with the storm. So this could be something that is going to be added into this, a new number added into the equation, which will make them decide whether it's worth taking this fight or it's better to rotate off. And this is the moments of choice that Miss Ash was talking about.
Yeah, I think here it's just one of those things, like, this is not the game that you want to be taken out early, but Kitsune and Panda go down. The Titans have been taken down by Amma. My goodness, Amma and Pandamit probably feeling really good that they just took down the last game winners. I mean, that was not something in the cards that I saw, Cute Noob. I thought that team definitely would have made it at least to the top 10. But I mean, this just shows you one of those things that you just never know what might happen in Fortnite. That's what keeps the game alive. It keeps it so exciting. And Amma and Pandamint now having 2 elims, they're still in the storm. They're going to take the consumables that they have, the mats that they've been taken from that challenge, and now make that rotation. But you can see here, you know, the action is still popping off. 32 teams here left. In about 8 seconds, things are gonna have to rotate. So they need to make a decision if they're gonna go and be aggressive and contest this team. And you can see Dalo and Liz just kind of finding an opportunity. Can they win this fight over here?
Yeah, as we get into this last match, we're seeing a lot more confident and also a lot more willingness to take on these fights. With the first few games, there was a lot of teams just looking for placements or also just looking for rotational advantages. But as we've dwindled down, we have teams that are kind of set in their placements. I feel like a lot of these teams are just like, okay, let's learn about the fighting aspect of it, right? Like, which are fights that are worth taking, which are fights that we don't really particularly want to take in these specific POIs, which is really good and I think very beneficial for them, especially in an academy like this where there are some things at stake, but not as highly as, let's say, a $500,000 cup, right? So these are minimal risk, very high reward to the future career of these players. So with that being said, we did say that Dolo is into this fight. Sep also goes down, and it's going to be a 1-for-1, and I think team elimination is added onto the board there as Tweakin just managed to get that second elimination.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a bit of aggressive plays. I think, you know, we're ending, you know, I think with a bang, and a bang indeed. You know, I'm still, you know, really surprised by Kitsune and Panda's elimination because it really has set the tone here for game 5. And you know, it really just also just shows how, if in fact things do change, you know, you are, as a player, if you're seasoned or not, you are watching that kill feed, that elimination feed come through and seeing who's being taken down, because you're kind of, you know, doing the math. Like, okay, well, if in fact they're taken down, Dea and Yasmin, they're like, okay, maybe we can go pretty high over here with our eliminations to really to secure our first or second place. But, you know, it's still anyone's game here in our top 3. Knowing that Kitsune and Panda have been taken out, I think really has changed a lot here. So it's in fact to see who will be the aggressors coming through for game 5. And you can see Pandamint and Amma just kind of finding the confidence as they're editing and building through, grabbing the consumables they need. But Amma goes down with no Smiley taking it down as well. Labubu taking some shots. Feeling, I mean, this is the game that they needed, but Labubu also taking some shots down and is able to recover from that. Is going to do their best to tunnel their way through. They are in the storm. They're going to patch up here with the med kit and hopefully find an opportunity. But no, the pressure is still on Labubu trying to find an opening here. Can they recover? You see Pandamint and Alma trying everything possible to just keep the dream alive. And yes, they might have 3 elims, but they were able to do so much, and they are not ready to go out just yet.
Labubu managed to get out of that, but I don't think they were able to capture the card from their teammate to bring them back into the mix. And I think in that circle also, I saw that Grayster and their teammate were just waiting for that rotation of those 2 teams battling it out. So I wouldn't be surprised if some craziness happens there. These are some dual pistols. I know they might not be the dual pistols you wanted, pal, but they're in the mix, okay?
Listen,
they're there.
I want to see some dually action, okay? It's game 5. Give me the entertainment. You know, are you entertained, chat? I think this is the moment you've all been waiting for. This is for all the glory, game 5. And you can see the pressure that all the teams are building. It's really just a boxing situation here. Jules just able to take out the team. And you can see these teams just kind of sandwiched with one another. It's a nice little loadout that they got for themselves. I mean, tons of mats to work with. kind of the situation that you need really here to kind of feel confident going into your next fight. And really, it's just one of those things. We got 25 seconds, 31 teams left here, Cute Noob. I mean, there's just so much that has happened in such a short time.
Yeah, everyone's looking to get into some type of altercation one way or another. But I want to take us onto the leaderboard, right? You mentioned with Nat and Panda being out of the running quite early into this game. That leaves the opportunity for Jan and Rin to take number one. But so is Dea and Yasmin on that leaderboard. And after that, it's Scarce and Melanie. So the chances of there being a really huge rotation on that leaderboard is going to be very, very high. So I think those are some teams that we should be keeping an eye for the rest, and specifically the ending circle as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to patience, minimal mistakes, the battle royale win, and just really finding a little bit of luck right in your favor. And also, let's not forget, this season is bringing, our hero rank system, and our teams are starting to inch their way to that SS plus tier. And when they do, that really changes so much about how their hero, in fact, their whole play system changes, right? Because yes, you might be a fragger, you might be landing your shots, like you see Niswi over here making it look easy, but in fact, if they would have had like an S tier weapon from the cache, the damage that they would have been able to do would have been completely it would have changed everything. So it's just one thing to keep in mind here. Yes, these are incredible players, but you're also having to go with the new meta that's happening for this season. It's really just changed so much, and I'm really excited to see for this season how that's going to change in the competitive scene.
A lot to learn, a lot to experiment with as well, right? Exactly how we're seeing Smiley, who, well, by the way, is back in the mix. Smiley was gone just a few minutes ago, but back in the mix after Labubu brought them back into the action. And I think that's another component of Fortnite that I quite enjoy, is that you're able to bring your friends back into the party. Yeah.
You like the little revive, man? Okay. I like that it was Labubu, the power of the Labubu coming in, Now you have like, that kind of like, all right, our second chance. You can see now the confidence coming through. They were able to capitalize on this team hiding up in this bush right here, but now they're kind of exposed, so they're gonna have to build around, use the consumables that they have, just keep themselves safe for now while they take the opportunity. But Smite just taking a lot of shots coming through, is not able to take that big pot. He's gonna try to take that mini, recover really quick. Still has that Smite to rotate through, so if in fact they can find a nice little place right here, see where in fact who is putting the pressure, and there it is, Labubu putting eyes for their duo, saying, all right, we got some action right here, I'm gonna need your support. This is a battle that, if they can take this down, they're put a lot of points on their side with Smiley with 5 eliminations, puts them at 6 here with Labubu. They're putting on the pressure, Cute Noob. Will it work in their favor? They're hoping that nobody else third party the situation.
Us with the third person point of view, we can see that there's some teams around the vicinity. But so far, for the time being, this is going to come down to, can you eliminate them before everyone else joins the party? The opening into that build does allow for some damage to be output. Not quite enough to create a down, though, and the time is ticking. The circle's coming in, and now you got to think, do I rotate? Have we spent too much time committing to this fight? Jules trying to flank. But it's going to be
I absolutely love the edits that are happening between Smiley and Labubu, taking turns re-editing to unedit to make sure that they have time to reload, use the consumables, and also put the pressure on this team that's really just kind of putting them in a vulnerable situation, but also finding the confidence to go against them as well.
Oh. Different different POI, same situation. Damage being output, looking for different opponents to build out. And yeah, the safety of this AR weapon. I'm seeing the ARs in everybody's build. It's just like we got an AR, whether it's just like the blast AR or the spike AR. You gotta get some long range, at least long to medium long range, right? With those.
So something about Utopia City in that area that you have to actually, you know, there's a little sign that says no dancing, but if you dance, it'll give you an opportunity to drift out of there and rotate out of there. So that was really cool to see. That's something new. You know, this is 2 weeks in, new that we're coming into all these new things. You know, if you're also new to the season, but something that's not new to Seb. Oh no! Seb taking way too much damage. Was not expecting, but can they recover over here? That quick revive, but the pressure's coming through. They're gonna have to keep that wall built. In fact, they're able to get their teammate up. It's one of those things you gotta be careful if you're gonna do those, you know, spicy fragger confrontationals. I know you like them, cute new, but you could just see how, in fact, that, you know, if you don't do them correctly, you will be punished. So we got Stony and Hannah over here kind of finding lots of teams surrounding them, kind of getting an aerial if in fact they want to rotate around. They don't have any eliminations, but knowing that this is game 5, they're going to try to play a little safe here, you know, and we've seen Abby and C. Dior also take lots of opportunities to rotate. They got 6 elims also, and really kind of trying to put the pressure on for game 5.
Yeah, most of these end circles have been out in the middle of nowhere, which is surprising. Is this how it goes every single time? It's so far it seems like it is this season. So if you are a team, be on the lookout to having to rotate to out in the middle of nowhere and having to get a position like we're seeing Abby C. Dior doing some damage, not getting the knock that they wanted. Now they're having to push up. And also, this is going to be a very hard position for someone who's trying to go from this low ground to this high ground. How?
I mean, there's just so much to think about right now. It is game 5, 27 teams left. We got 38 seconds on the clock here with the rotation. You can see the teams pulling through, trying to find and inch their way to that safe zone area. Some teams even, you know, late coming from that storm, kind of getting also that back line aerial view of all the teams fighting. So this would be a great opportunity if they're gonna take that early rotation. But you can see so many teams here boxed in, trying to find an opening here. So many mistakes if they're made, you know, now. It's not what you want to do. You want to really kind of just focus in and lock in on what, in fact, you know is best. And a lot of these players, even though this is just the Milk Cup Academy, we've seen such great big brain plays from so many of them. And it's so impressive to see because, you know, for me, I'm one of those people very much like you that wants to be very aggressive, but sometimes it's just not the time. And this is a perfect example. Dea, you know, and Yaz just being like, you know what, we could go out there, we can make the rotation, we could go third party this, but we're playing for placement. We only have one limb right now, you know, and we don't want to be that Titan that also gets taken down. So it's going to be one of those opportunities here that there's really just finding openings. And this is a perfect example right here. Finding that opening, this team has no idea where in fact could they come. They're going to try to, you know, out maneuver them onto this higher ground. They were able to make an escape, but, you know, just minimally.
Yeah, stakes are high, numbers. One team that I'm looking forward to is Neolity and Botley. They are currently in 12th place, but I mean, if they were to be able to secure that first place, they would jump directly into contenders of like 3rd to 4th place. So that's a team that I want to continuously keep aware of. Mars though doing massive damage with this AR, doing any and all of the damage to the builds. Nothing is staying put at the time here. Abby's struggling to build at least a wall to keep them at safety at the moment.
I mean, you could just see the damage that these weapons can do to the build. So they want to take advantage of that, you know, have these players, you know, use as much as their mats as possible, and then just finding vulnerable situations, you know, where in fact they can find some of these teams where they're not looking, or they're not, the comms are not connecting with the other duo. But you can see here, you know, they're kind of boxed in this perfect situation. But here we go again with Neutral and Rogo with the high ground. They have absolutely dominated throughout this tournament in this high ground situation, and I think I feel like they've been, you know, centered multiple times. But wow, yeah, it's taking quite a shot right there. I think they're gonna make this rotational early because they don't want to risk, you know, having this situation. So he's gonna take this big pot right now to, you know, shield up as much as possible. But you just see it raining down from Rogosaurus and Neutral, making and taking advantage as much as possible of this high ground.
Yeah, Labubu and Smiley still in action, collecting eliminations left, right, all around. A team that once upon a time struggled at the beginning. They lost the player Labubu, kept the team alive, and now they're fighting for top 10 in these last few rounds of the Storm. But yeah, you called it. It's going to be can the Dactyl and Saurus keep the high ground and take advantage and use it to their favor to get that victory royale, as Yanni and Jazz also are, sorry, Yanni and Ren also now playing under the builds of their opponents.
Yes, well, it's basically, will the high ground warriors or the low ground warriors be the ones to, you know, be the last ones? But like we've seen it today, and also through this round and game 5, anything can happen. It's really about who has what it takes, and also just having those kind of like where you just get locked in and you zone out, because this is not your first rodeo. You've played this so many times over, and it's really just finding the opportunities where you see them and just having great teamwork with one another, because we have 12 teams left. Cute Noob, 34 seconds on the clock. The numbers are going 10 teams now. Things are about to happen. You see the chug jugs being taken because this circle is about to get real small right now.
Oh, and it's battle of the high grounds. Dea throwing shots from above to Felicita. Felicita still remains alive. Yas building, making the path for the squad to continue and keep this high ground, but they have been found out. Shots are being poured from below to take down their build. Panda and Ama looking to stay safe in the need of this build, but they have eyes on them. Dea tries to get rid of them, but still they continue to survive for just a bit longer.
I mean, you can see Abby, CZ, Or, and Les Loves with quite a high elimination count, but the pressure's coming through, adding more eliminations to their name, making sure this high ground is also part of their story. Getting that chug jug was huge for them. It could be a matter if they win this game or not. Can they find an opening here? There's so many great players left here. 3 teams left. Cute Noob, this is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. Game 5. Could it be? Who's it gonna be? The seasoned players or some new games coming here? Unfortunately, Les Loves goes down. Yaz taking this high ground from this opportunity. They only have 2 limbs though, but they're really trying to secure this battle royale.
Oh, and it's gonna come down to the storm damage. It's gonna come down to the shotgun damage, close range. It's Yas going into the circle, but the team of Ama and Pandament are currently just moving along little by little. The storm is non-existent. They're all now taking damage. They have taken their consumables. It's going to be who can outlast the other, and it is going to be, damn it, Panda and Ama now remaining. And they are officially the Game 5 Victory Royale winners.
My goodness, the game matchup that we had to see, totally working strategy towards the storm, towards the end. I was literally just biting my nails watching that last matchup because they didn't have any more consumables left, so they had to put the pressure on that last team for that victory royale, and that just shows you how much just big brain plays and the confidence that has to go through and playing Fortnite. I am so impressed. I have to give everyone flowers here because that was so impressive. I'm gonna need a lot more milk. All the milk, but Cute Noob, that was incredible. I just, any first words that come to mind after that?
I think I also need a break to kind of process that, because as you guys can tell, my casting, I was like, wait, the storm is non-existent. There's no more players. And then the victory royale popped up. I was looking for more players. There was no one. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna process that.
Incredible game 5. But guys, thank you for tuning in. We are going to take a quick short break, round up our thoughts here. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Milk Cup Academy. But we'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back, friends. We are done. That was game 5. That was the Milk Cup Academy. Friends, oh my gosh. That last game, I'm telling you, that was everything I wanted in my life and needed. That was an incredible game. Panda Mitt and Cutie. Oh my goodness gracious. Please teach me. I will pay you to coach me. Just let me know a time and day you're available. You absolutely destroyed it. Ladies, let's get into game 5 and what it had to offer us, please.
I mean, I think Labubu and Smiley were just the funniest and dark horse of the tournament. There's so many fun opportunities that they took and great plays. I mean, I think with game 5, it's just like you have nothing to lose. It's where at the end of the tournament, you know, obviously placement, elimination points do matter, but if you're just kind of at the bottom of the 10, you're just kind of like, you know what, let's make it difficult for some of the other players not to get their points. Let's just, you know, keep the dream alive for ourselves and maybe others. You know, there's strategy in there too, in the top 10. So it was great to see Smiley and Labubu just having fun, and then they just got like locked in, and there was just so many points that they had accumulated. And you know, we saw great plays also by Sep and Dance, and just the circle alone just really kind of put everyone in a very vulnerable situation, having to rotate early on. And I know Cute Noob, we highlighted so many new players here. There was just so many great plays through this game 5.
Yeah, I didn't know that I needed a 4-night Sunday, but now I realize that I need a 4-night Sunday because so much number one skill, but also so much good gameplay, so many different choices. Obviously, with the new season coming in, seeing how players are using and taking advantage of the weapons, and the amount of strategy that it goes to end up in a last circle fight as well. I think we have to give kudos to Pandamint and Ama for realizing that they were going to go down to the last circle and strategizing the, hey, we're going to take consumables and then we're going to W key charge into Yas, who, by the way, is a Titan on by themselves. Like, that is a player that can take a 2v1. So to realize that that's what you're going up to against and making that executive choice that, hey, we're just going to go for it and charge at them, couldn't have been more well played.
Yeah, you put it into words perfectly. I enjoyed myself. I am so excited to see our leaderboard so we can see where our standings are and we can congratulate all the wonderful players and, of course, our winners. So leaderboard is coming up, but I'm anxious. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Oh my
Okay, I'm not
God.
surprised.
Yeah, I mean, this is so, well, first of all, congratulations to everyone who participated today in the Milk Cup Academy. You should be so proud of yourselves for coming through and showing up for yourself, your community, and just really as a Fortnite competitor, because it's just fun to do. It's just, it's one of those experiences that I think it's like, you should try just to feel that adrenaline if you want to get into esports, because it's so different to be the player versus the talent. And I think, you know, when I saw, you know, Katsune and Panda go down in that last game 5, I was like, this has changed everything. If in fact they had not played the way that they've played earlier in this tournament, they would not have secured this 3rd place. So I really have to give it to them for just locking in earlier in the tournament to do that. But man, we had such incredible plays from so many of our top 5 teams represented here in the Milk Cup Academy. And you to take a Titan down, you know, it has to feel good. And I know when that was on the elimination feed, I know everyone probably in the lobby was like, oh my God. So it's just was incredible to see game 5. And like I said, everyone should be so proud of themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
even seeing a little bit of a glimpse here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Miss Ash.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. Take it.
I just wanted to obviously kind of highlight the Yas and Dea and to tell everyone, like, this is a team that you can learn so much from. And I think that's the biggest thing, is you have to have an idol, you have to have someone to look up to be able to learn from. And not only that, but I'm sure they're always, everyone in the Fortnite community is always willing to teach you a thing or two. And this is a team that you can look up to and be like, hey, this is what they do, this is how they do it, this is why it works for them. Understanding the little intricacies of why it works and why it doesn't work, or why they made certain choices, is going to help you in the long run. So although yes, you came and you did this tournament and you lost to a team that's well seasoned, this is all overall a learning experience that you get to take home and really hone in your skills for the next one.
Absolutely. And we just saw the leaderboard, so we have to congratulate our official winners of the Milk Cup Academy Scrim 2 to Daya and Yasmin. Round of applause. Oh my gosh. You are literally an inspiration to all of these women and the women that are watching and the girls that want to be up and coming esport gamers in Fortnite and other games. You are setting the tone, and congratulations. You played so well. All ladies here. Remember, this space is for all women that want to just have fun in Fortnite or learn to be a competitive pro in Fortnite. So again, Gone and Milk, thank you so much for having this event. Thank you for having the highest prize pool for women in esports, period. And Fortnite, they're setting the tone. So want to remind you that this tournament had a $2,000 prize pool. And again, our winners, Daya and Yasmin. Casters, what do you have to say to Daya and Yasmin and any kind of advice you want to give to the women that played today?
Ooh, I feel like the Yaz and Daya, they're pros. They come in and bring such caliber to here, not only for the Milk Cup Academy but just for women in the Fortnite competitive scene. So obviously congratulations to them, but I'm just so impressed by so many of the new people that we got to see. Like I mentioned before, it was like a mini draft for the first time, us seeing perhaps these players moving towards a potential esports career, or maybe just having fun and learning for the very first time. I love seeing something like Pandamit showing us that courage really can take you really far, and seeing that last play was so impressive, so fun. What a great matchup for everyone, and yeah, it was so much fun to always cast with my girl Cute Noob, and it's just you did amazing, Miss Ash. You're a great host, and this whole day was incredible. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
I think you guys, obviously, we love to see women do what they want to do and succeed at it, and show the different range of skills that we have and the amazing qualities that we bring to the table. We can compete with the boys. I think this proves this and more. So please keep learning, keep being open to learning, keep supporting one another. I think we're at a time where we need to make sure that we are rooting for each other and continue to support each other's dreams. So if you see someone that's like, hey, I might want to get into Fortnite, be that person that opens the door for them and teaches them a thing or two, or get them into this tournament, or tell them about future upcoming tournaments. Because in the end, I believe that good karma is always going to come back to you. So be that positive thing for one another and continue to build each other. Shout out to Radiant, shout out to Gun and Milk, and obviously Peach Cobbler, because they are creating these open spaces for women to continue to pursue their careers and their goals. And that's all we want in this world, is for each and every one of us to just shine and to find our passion and succeed at it.
Wow. You both nailed it. Wow. I'm just so grateful to be in your spaces. And thank you so much for talking to these women and for doing this, because you're inspiring these women as well. All three of us are doing this. I'm so happy that we have our small place on the internet to create a big impact for all girls, women, and other marginalized genders and everybody involved. And again, shout out to Gun and Milk, Peach Cobbler, Radiant, and the whole production team. Like, spot on. We had a good time. That was a fun tournament. I have to remind y'all to please, again, if you want to get involved in the Milk Cup and the Milk Academy, please join the Discord. After you join the Discord, you'll find the Milk Cup Academy category, and you'll find all the information there. Review it, make sure you're getting verified and you have all the needed information to get involved. And of course, if you are already verified for the Milk Cup, you are good to go for the Academy. Please use the resources that are available to you. Okay, it is free to be in these spaces and show off your skills and learn amongst one another. And I hope me being here inspires you to get into hosting and casting. And of course, with Evie and Pau being here and absolutely dominating casting today. Like, flowers, multiple bouquets. Take them, ladies, take them. What advice would you ladies give to up and coming casters that want to get into this industry?
Evie, You go first.
Oh, me? Okay. I was like, I like you going first. You always like, you set the tone for us here.
Right.
But I think that being able to just start with your friends, a lot of this space, even asked Radiant, hey, is there an opportunity for us to even just try it out? You can even host your own tournaments. I mean, we're in a realm where everyone's willing to try something new or do something new. So even putting together a group of friends, a little small custom game and being like, hey, I want to try casting. Always look online for opportunities because there will be someone looking for a caster. Obviously, Radiant is a wonderful spot to start off with. Definitely communicate your wants and needs in the Radiant Discord as well. I can't say enough about the Radiant organization and Discord channel and how much I've learned from Heather herself. So please do that. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm always open to helping one way or another. If I don't have the answer, I'm always willing to go and look for an answer for you. And yeah, just be open to looking and don't be afraid to be vulnerable, because I know sometimes us as human beings, we kind of like tend to be like, oh, but I'm scared. But it's the person who speaks out and the person who seeks that knowledge that is going to gain that knowledge. So be willing to put yourself out there for sure.
Oh, that's really good. My only advice is, I've been doing this for a very long time. I've been casting, and I was part of Secret Skirmish when Fortnite first came out, and I remember kind of being like, oh my god, this game is gonna change the world. And it really did. And I've had incredible opportunities, and I think, just to piggyback off what Cute Noob said, I think, being that this is the Milk Cup Academy and Radiant, you definitely need to be following them on their socials if you want to just to play or to learn or just to find a safe community. I think as women, we need to be together, protect one another, and hold space for one another. There's opportunities for everyone to succeed here in this space if you truly, really want it. And I think for me, I've just slowly, I'm like I feel old saying this, but like I've seen so much change in competitive esports and seeing so much diversity come through, and having a space like Radiant and the Milk Cup Academy see these new diverse players come through. It just warms my heart. It makes me so happy. It makes me feel like I'm in the right place in my life. And I'm just so grateful for this opportunity, because I know a lot of the production team from other events, and they work so hard. There's a lot that goes behind the scenes to make something like this happen. Lots of wizards back there doing incredible stuff. So I'm just really grateful. But if you are out there and you do want to cast, I'm available. You can @ me. I can show you my reel. I can show you what to get started. I mean, there was so many learning curves for me. The one thing that I did to help me excel was become a really good student. And this, this is the academy, so you can become your bet. You just have to become the best student for yourself. So that's something that I would just take and put it in your pocket. And whether it's you want to be a pro player or just a great content creator, or if you just want to become a caster, there's so many avenues in this space to grow. But come with heart and mind open, good intentions, and the world will grant you so many beautiful things. So I hope you guys all had a great Sunday. I had a great time with these ladies, and I'm so grateful again for this opportunity. And Miss Ash, you rocked it for your first host gig. I'm so proud of you. Flowers for you too, queen, because it is not easy driving us home, and you did an amazing job. So you should be super proud of yourself.
Well, you both made it so easy. You both mean a lot to me, and thank you so much for sharing this space with me once again, and thank you for sharing all that advice for our community. It is so empowering to hear you both speak about your career and how you can help and be available for us. That is incredible. I thank you both so much for being here, and thank you for hyping me up and being my partners in crime. Good crime, though. Good crime. But thank you both so much. And I want to remind you all for the qualifier for Series 2. That is on Thursday, July 3rd. For the main event, that is July 10th. please take note of the Academy event dates as well. Our next Scrim will be on July 27th on Sunday. Registration opens for that Friday, July 11th, and the close date for that is July 25th. So make sure you join that Discord, get all the information you need, get involved and learn, and don't be afraid to put yourself out there. So thank you so much to the production team, everyone here. Once again, Peach Cobbler, Gonna Need Milk, Radiant Gigi. I hope you all have a beautiful rest of your Sunday evening. Every step you take here, it builds your future. And I want you all to know that. We are so proud of your effort, the energy you're putting in, your passion really does shine in your work and your gameplay. So from everyone here at Milk Cup Academy, keep chasing your goals, be your authentic self, and we will see you out there. Thank you everybody for watching. We'll see you next time.